Ladies, the InterSystems Asia READY 2000. Sawadee krap. Sawadee krap. Thank you for the big round of applause. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the InterSystems Asia READY 2026. My name is Tin Chokomonkit, and for those of you who might have a problem pronouncing a Thai last name, the name is Tin, as in Rin Tin Tin the dog, and Chokomonkit, as in choke a monkey. I'm very delighted this morning to have this opportunity to welcome all of you. And we're gathered here today. We're going to hear from experts. We're going to hear from healthcare experts, technology experts, innovators. We are witnessing how we can transform intelligent technologies, AI, data, AI, connected data, and how we're going to see how that's going to transform from ambition to action today. And of course, we are here to witness something new in the healthcare systems. And for your convenience, our live translation is available throughout today's session. Please scan the QR code on the side screen here, ladies and gentlemen. After you scan, we will have access to the translation for today's event. Of course, through real-world case studies and expert insights, we will see how intelligent technologies are moving AI from ambition to action. And to start off the day, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a message from InterSystems founder and Chief Executive Officer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Terry Ragon.
Hello, I'm Terry Reagan. Welcome, and thank you for coming. We always value hearing your views, especially about anything you think we should be doing or could be doing better. I feel like this is the most exciting time in our industry since the 1970s and early 80s, when our industry was just starting. AI is transforming our business and that of our clients. Now, I know that there's a lot of concern about AI, and for good reason. AI is very disruptive, it will change many roles, and we don't know where it's headed. But the genie is not going back into the bottle. I've always believed in embracing the future, and shortly after ChatGPT came out, we decided to go all in on AI, including building a new generation of our technology with AI capabilities at its core. You'll be seeing some of this today, but AI is affecting more than just our products. We are evolving every aspect of our business, including how we implement and support large, complex systems. This year has also marked a major transition for me personally. At the start of the year, I appointed Don Woodlock to be president of InterSystems. All the senior executives now report to Don, and Don reports to me. Now, let me be clear, I am not retiring. I will remain as CEO, but my role has changed. Don is responsible for all day-to-day management of the company, while I now focus my time on long-term strategy and technology. To put it differently, I will be involved in the essence of the business and its future, but not the business of managing the business. At our customer conference in 2023, I said that when it does come time for a change in management, it will be someone who embraces and lives our values and our culture. It will be someone who has a strong technical background and who loves technology. This is clearly true of Don. Don has been with us for many years, and he is passionate about technology. He's an MIT graduate, and he started as a programmer, and he still loves to program. For the last 8 years, Don has been our Vice President of Health Solutions, and that will likely cause some speculation as to whether we are only going to focus on healthcare. So let me be very clear about this. That is not the case. We are fully committed to being a multi-industry company and further expanding our database platforms business in other verticals. One other change is that we moved the HealthShare part of our business under Scott now and merged it with the Data Platforms Group. Scott will be playing a much bigger role, including developing the next generation of HealthShare products. One of the things I'm looking forward to is having more time to work with Scott. One thing that will never change is our financial structure. I have made arrangements to ensure that the company will remain private in a well-governed trust in perpetuity, free from the financial pressures of investors that could affect our culture and long-term focus. So with that, let's get to it. Thank you once again for coming, and I hope this meeting is helpful for you, as I know it will be for us.
Thank you very much, InterSystems Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Terry Ragon. As I mentioned earlier, AI is the thing now, as what Mr. Ragon has said. So we are here to explore how trusted, connected data and AI can address the healthcare challenges right now in 2026 and beyond. And we will continue with a regional perspective on where healthcare in Asia Pacific is heading and the shared journey ahead of us. And to lead us in this journey, please welcome the Regional Managing Director, Asia Pacific InterSystems, Mr. Luciano Brustia.
Sawadee. Good morning, everyone. Before starting, let's take a moment and remember all the people that lost their life in the devastating floods in Nepal. So please join me observing just a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. As most of you are healthcare providers, so we know the value of life. So we fight all the time on value of life. So, in any case, thank you, and let me welcome you officially now at Asia Ready 2026. It's really good to see all of you here today. I can see clinicians, doctors, innovators, nurses, partners, old and new friends. And all are coming here together with a very important question that we wanted to answer. And mainly is how we make healthcare ready for the next year to come. And I think there is no other better place than doing here in Thailand. So I've been asked why we are back here in Bangkok after a couple of years that this event was in Jakarta. And the answer is very simple. Thailand is an aging society. Being an aging society, this means that more people needing care for more often and for longer time. At the same time, chronic diseases are growing and faster rapidly. Around 7 on 10 deaths in Thailand are due for non-communicable disease, and in particular cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and so on. And last, unfortunately, Thailand has roughly 1 doctor every 1,000 people. So these 3 things together are very important. Aging population, growing burden of chronic disease, and a very stretched healthcare workforce. So this is a perfect storm. The answer is not asking a care provider to work longer and to work harder. That is not possible. We need to make a healthcare system more productive. And this is where technology, and in particular AI, can make the difference. AI is no longer something that we need to think in the future. AI is here today. The question is no longer how technology will change healthcare, but the question is, are we all ready to adopt AI in a safely, responsible, and at a scale manner? And when I'm talking about AI, I'm not talking about a chatbot on top of your legacy system. I mean AI that is really integrated into your clinical workflow. AI that can help a doctor find more time to look the patient in the eyes and understanding what are the clinical issue that is coming to report. AI that can reduce the administrative burden. AI that can give healthcare professional more time to look at the history of the patient in a very fast manner. But before talk a little bit more, I would like to ask you a question. So take your phone out and magically should appear here a QR code eventually. Here we go. So, and please help answer this question. What do you believe is the biggest barrier for you to adopting AI in your organization? Put one word. Is data quality? Oh, immediately. Interoperability, people, trust, integration. It's good? Okay. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see that most of the results are, yes, trust, people, but I can see the big one is budget, cost, and everything. So let's be clear about this. Okay, let's stop the poll. I think it's plenty, too many. I cannot answer all. Okay, definitely change management is important. Definitely the price, the governance are very important. Okay, let's go back to the normal one. But I see a lot of that is focusing about the cost and about the budget. And of course, the budget matters. Everything has a budget. Also, this event has a budget. Isn't it, Jim? We have a budget for this event? Oh, it's not paying attention. Probably it's too many budget. And nobody in this room is thinking on a healthcare organization with unlimited spend power to invest in technology. We're not all in that. But I'm asking to every one of you, what is the cost of waiting? Because the cost of waiting is not zero. Because you are not just delaying an IT investment. You are delaying a productivity improvement while healthcare cost and demand keep rising. Every time you wait, population get older. Every year you wait, the burden of chronic disease improve. Every year you wait, healthcare professionals are getting more stressed and more stretched. So the real question is not how much will cost this technology, but the real question is what is the cost for the organization and for the people if we don't change now? And waiting is always never good, because you will learn later from my colleague Dr. Tim Ferriss, that on top of the CPI, there is an healthcare CPI, because the healthcare is getting more expensive year over year, much more faster than the normal cost of life. So doing nothing means accepting a system that becoming progressively more expensive and more constrained. So this is why the moment is now. And I can assure that all of us in InterSystems, we are ready. We are ready to take this challenge. And today, you are going to see what is possible to achieve with the technology that we have today. We will bring example of a hospital and customer like you using the technology at the maximum. you will understanding from Scott now how is important having a strong digital bone that make the real difference when you are driving the digital adoption. Because for all the clinicians, you know how much is important the backbone. And you only realize the importance of the backbone when you have a problem. So this is why the digital backbone is so important. Today, you are going to hear our example from EMC Indonesia, where we have used the technology to improve the time of the doctor to retrieve the history of the patient. Before we were talking much more longer, clicking around. Now, in an interactive manner, they are able to get saving a lot of time. Today, you will learn how B&H Hospital here in Bangkok, one of the oldest, probably the oldest private hospital in Thailand. As we speak in this moment, there are hundreds of clinicians and in particular nurses using AI to retrieve the clinical history of the patient. So we're not talking about the concept of future. We're not talking about a roadmap. We will talk about a roadmap, but we wanted to, at the beginning, give you example what you can achieve today. So, and one, I can assure you that whenever is your status of the digital transformation, we are ready to support you. Whatever you are start building your foundation, whatever you are dealing with a legacy system, whatever you are in the moment of connecting on cleaning data between silos, whatever you have beginning, start experimenting with AI, or whatever you are already ready to deploy AI at a massive scale. We are ready here to help you. Because AI ready is not simply adding an AI chatbot, an AI product on an existing solution. Is to put and to build a new healthcare environment where AI can be trusted, connected, governed, and used and deployed. So today, I hope you will challenge us, you will bring your difficult question, you will try to tell us what you need, because one more, we are ready. And I cannot think to anyone better to take all of us to the next chapter into this conversation that someone that has spent years thinking exactly this question. How do we turn the promise of AI into something real for healthcare? So please, put your hands together and give a big welcome applause to the President of InterSystems, Don Woodrock. Come.
The pace of business is accelerating. Every moment demands faster decisions, smarter operations, and constant adaptation. But none of it works without access to the right data, where you need it, when you need it. And the only way to get there is through interoperability. For nearly 50 years, InterSystems has made interoperability the backbone of its technology, bringing data together from any source, across any system, in any language. So your data is no longer fragmented or out of reach. It's unified, usable, and ready to power what's next. AI that works depends on data that flows. And when interoperability is built in from the start, your organization is ready for whatever comes next. InterSystems, you're already ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of InterSystems, Mr. Don Woodlock.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's really great to have you all here. We're really pleased to have the day with you. We hope you learn a lot from us. We hope to learn a lot from you, and we, feel a spirit of partnership in working with all of you as our customers. In addition to the nice things that Terry and Luciano said about me, I'm also the drummer of our company band. We have an InterSystems rock band, believe it or not. And I didn't realize there was going to be drumming on stage earlier. I should have joined. But one thing that I think is that there's some similarities between being a drummer in a band and being the head of a company. And if you think about what a drummer does, one thing they do is they keep the band on the same page, at the same pace, all aligned together, and having that kind of spirit of being, playing together. And so that's very important as a leader of a company to make sure that the whole company is going in the same direction and is aligned, and we can be a lot more effective if we do that. The other thing about a drummer, the way I think about it, it's a source of energy. You project energy to the rest of the band, and the band projects energy out into the audience. And that's similar to the way I think about my role as making sure I project an energy out to our employees, and we project that energy out to you, and together we can revolutionize the healthcare and the other industries that we're in. So we appreciate the trust that you put in InterSystems and the relationship we've had with many of you over many years. And I thought since you put your trust in us, I should talk a little bit about us so you know the company that you're dealing with a little bit more. So I'll spend a few minutes on the topic of what our company is all about this morning. So we're a global company. For those of you, many of you know this, but for those of you who are less familiar with InterSystems, so we're a global company. We've been in Southeast Asia here for 25 years. We're in 80 countries around the world, and we pride ourselves at data and integration and applications in healthcare and financial services and supply chain that really leverage those data and integration skills. In particular, we support many software vendors around the world that have kind of data and integration based applications. So Epic is one of our more famous customers as an EMR vendor. Of course, we have our own with TrackCare and IntelliCare, with HealthShare, with many of the largest labs around the world. And in many countries, everybody's medical record is stored in InterSystems technology. So we take that responsibility very seriously because the data is so vital to taking care of patients. It's got to be secure and scalable and available, and there in a performant manner for the clinicians that are accessing it. And the way we think about one of our claims to fame is we manage more healthcare records than any other company in the world. We estimate over 1 billion records are stored on our technology. We tend to think of any database that has more than 10 million patients is definitely InterSystems. So again, we take that responsibility very seriously, and we invest our time and energy and brain power into making that better and better each year, and especially making better and better the way we interact with users and developers and make that experience very fruitful and productive to build along with our technology. As Terry mentioned in the video, we serve many different industries, and even within industries, we serve many different parts of those industries. So in healthcare, we have providers, we have payers, we have regional health authorities, we have life sciences companies. So different aspects of the healthcare environment. For financial services, we have banks, we have asset management companies, we have insurance companies, again, many parts of the financial service sector. And in supply chain, just different kinds of industries, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, transportation, so across the whole spectrum. So these are industries in particular where we build solutions on top of our platform, and then we market our platform to any industry that has data and integration as one of its fundamental challenges. So we have a certain way that we run the company, and I thought I would talk about that. And we tend to think of InterSystems as different by design. And you'll hear from Scott next about how our technology is different by design, but also as a company, we tend to think of how we design the company and how we want to do it, and how it's a little bit different from other companies that we see in the marketplace. So the first tenet is passion of our employees. So we have a very selective hiring process. We give everybody 3 tests. There's a technical test and a personality test and a logic test. We do lots of interviews, and we really make sure that we're getting employees that fit within our culture. They're passionate. They're intellectually curious. They love technology. They love helping customers. They love making the world a better place. So passion is a very important part of our model. The second most important part of our model, or probably the most important part of our model, is the way we relate to our customers, to all of you. And that's a partnership model. So the way we think about our success is that if we primarily focus on your success with your goals, understanding those, the impact that you want to make in your community, for your patients, for your business, that sort of thing, then our success will just follow. So the way we think about our contracts or our pricing or our service model or our product model, it's in partnership to make you successful, and then we'll benefit from that indirectly. And then the third important part of our model is that we're private, we're independent, we're 100% owned by Terry, and that model will continue in perpetuity, like Terry mentioned. So that's a real advantage for us in InterSystems. We can focus entirely on you, and we can keep that focus and not have to worry about outside investors or any of those influences that might affect us in the long run. So these are the key principles for InterSystems: the passion, the partnership, and being private forever. And we think that this model allows us to navigate technology change very effectively over the years. So in our company life, we've been around over 40 years. We've been through most of these technology evolutions, not the mainframe. We started right after that. But as new technologies have come, we've completely embraced those and helped our customers sort of navigate into those environments. And the current technology era, of course, that we're involved in is AI. And so we've really embraced the technology. We've built it into each of our products in a native way, and you'll hear much more and see much more as we go through the day on that front. But it's a revolutionary technology, maybe more important than any others on this page in terms of its impact, and we're sort of jumping in and really making it work in an effective way for users, but also secure and governed way to make sure that it's safe and data is protected and all that good stuff. In terms of kind of company longevity, one of the things that we think in terms of our company models, we can outlast them all. Like this is an example of some companies that were famous in their time. Some companies or products that were famous in their time, like Wang or WordPerfect or Lotus or Symantec or that sort of thing. And they all ended in some way. merger and acquisition or a technology wave that they didn't take advantage of. And the strength of the InterSystems model is we believe that we can adapt with the change, reinvent ourselves, embrace new technology, stay aligned with you in the spirit of partnership, and then that gives us that lasting power to make sure that we're there for you in the long term, and that the trust you placed in us will allow you to concentrate on your business and not worrying so much about what's going on with your technology partners. We're also happy to be rewarded by the industry analysts that sort of look at our industry as well. So these are just some healthcare awards that came out in the last 12 months. So IDC, we're in the leadership quadrant for their MarketScape for healthcare data platforms. We received that award last year. For Gartner, we're in the leader quadrant for their Magic quadrant in enterprise electronic health records, and that was an award we received a months ago. And then KLAS is an industry group on healthcare IT. We received best in class for our electronic health record in Asia, in Oceania, and in France, and then for our HealthShare platform where they evaluate it in Europe. So we received best in class and high ratings from Gartner and IDC across the world and across our product line. So we're tremendously proud of that. And I thought I would just close my little section with a story about passion and partnership. This happened a couple years ago. Our headquarters is in Boston, and it's the closest hospital is right next door. It's Mass General Hospital. And Mass General got affected by the CrowdStrike malware event in 2024. And they were completely down and couldn't take care of patients because their electronic health record and their other scheduling systems, registration were basically out of commission because of this event. And their CIO called our head of support on Saturday morning, and his name is John Palladino, called John and said, "Hey, John, do you have anybody at the help desk that can come over and help us? Because we have 40,000 PCs, and each of those PCs needs to be upgraded with a fix." If you recall, the way to fix this CrowdStrike thing is you had to touch every desktop. So they had 40,000 desktops to touch, and until they touched them, they were going to have difficulty taking care of the community. So they asked, "Do you have like 5 or 10 people in the help desk? Can you send them over and help us?" Well, John sent out an email to the company. By the end of the day, we had 70 people volunteer. We organized them into teams, and we showed up on the next day, and were able to sort of sweep through the campus and help them get through this in a day. We do anything for a customer. It was relatively easy for us to find employees that wanted to do that, give up their weekend, because we're passionate about you, and we're passionate about helping you be successful. And that's just the InterSystems way. So we hope you feel that. Our relationship is really about making you successful, and then anything we can do and anything you think we should be doing to improve or do more for you, please let us know through the course of the day. And with that, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, the President of InterSystems, Mr. Don Woodlock. Well, as you can see, Mr. Woodlock has pointed out to us, technology has come a long way from mini frames to AI technology now. And InterSystems isn't just another data company. We're different by design. How we're different by design, we will elaborate on that. But before we explore what it means to be different by design, our next speaker is the Senior Vice President Data Platforms at InterSystems, Mr. Scott Now. But let's watch this video first.
every data company makes the same claims: security, integration, scalability. InterSystems isn't just another data company. We're different by design. We've spent nearly 50 years building solutions that meet the unique needs of our customers, delivering reliable, unified data when they need it most. Starting with our unique architecture. Designed with speed and accuracy in mind, we've brought the processing closer to the data. Without having to be moved or duplicated, data can now be processed faster with fewer errors. Our software architecture delivers unparalleled speed to our customers, so they can think fast and make quick decisions with confidence, all based on actionable, error-free information. We know our partners need to be able to leverage different applications and data sources in order to work successfully. That's why our software design priorities natively process any kind of data seamlessly. From hospital systems to financial trading to space exploration, we're proud to be the platform of choice for the world's most critical applications. We've spent half a century working with complex data and delivering reliable solutions for our partners, constantly evolving and innovating to ensure you have the best possible solutions, so you can be ready for whatever comes next. And that's not just what sets us apart from other platforms. It's what gets us out of bed in the morning. InterSystems, already ready.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you awake back there? Good morning. Excellent. I'd like to add my thanks for you all spending time with us here today. I'm looking forward to, during the break times and the breakouts, to hear more about you. My purpose this morning is to extend the thought that Don left with you, which is that we are truly a company that is different by design. We certainly are a technology that is very different, and it's important to really highlight that difference, that we actually intended for that difference, and how you can leverage the benefit of the difference in our design. So as Don mentioned, we've been through many cycles. Those cycles and our design and our ability to innovate around them has allowed us to have sustainability and advantage at a product level. And of course now, we're in the era of AI. And of course, it's all the rage. I've got it on my phone. You've got it on your phones. Everybody's using large language models. It's truly game-changing. It's game-changing in the way we interact with computers. In my high school days, I used to watch Star Trek, and I thought it was really cool that they could talk to the computers and get a reasonable answer. And that science fiction is really here when you think about the combinations of these technologies. Our position here is, of course, not to be the next big, large language model, but to really help enable you in your journey to get success from, return on investment from, and certainly better outcomes for your clients and patients through AI. And when we think about that, certainly there are a couple of key things that we think are really game-changing for outcomes in an AI-led world. And those three things are certainly having good, trusted, reliable, current, real-time data available to use the AI, large language models, and other interactions in your applications. And this is really important because I think about something my mother used to say to me when I would try to be, a little bit smarty pants, and I would ask her a silly question, and she would give me an equally silly answer. And it's the same with AI. If you ask a dumb question, you're probably not going to get a very reasonable or responsible answer. And so the quality and trust of the data that you have available to go with that question really become differentiating in terms of the outcomes that you create. Interoperability is more important than it's ever been, because certainly you need to get access to as much trusted, real-time, curated data as possible, because the breadth of information that's available in today's digital world is huge. And if you can't access it at the right time and you can't trust it to get into your models, of course, that's going to mean that you get a suboptimal answer. And then finally, domain expertise. Certainly we have a large representation from healthcare here today. Healthcare is one of the hardest industries out there. All of that tribal knowledge, all of the things that come together to really creating a great care plan are extremely important. And we think in an AI world, the differentiation for success is really a combination of being able to have data interoperability and the best domain expertise. So when I think about that, and I think about our foundation, and when I was introduced, I look after our data platform business, among other things, is I think that our design inside the data platform really can be turned to an advantage in this world, because when you think about the keys of success that I mentioned, there are a couple of kind of how-tos in there behind the technology that may or may not be obvious or intuitive. First, you need to have a trusted data foundation. Of course, a lot of the data that we all deal with, regardless of the industry, is our own highly private, highly sensitive, potentially proprietary information. And so making sure that we have access to that data and that we're able to continue to protect that boundary is extremely important. AI native experiences are also important, whether that is co-pilots or assistants or agents or anywhere in between. Being able to really expose that information in a native fashion is important. Interoperability, I think, will continue to be a very important area of expansion, and we can actually turn the innovation of AI on itself to be able to create even faster and more trusted interoperability. Of course, you want to have composable delivery for your applications. In the AI world, you're not replacing your existing operational models, but you're enhancing them. You're making them better. You're feeding better decisions to them. You're making decisions in a faster fashion for them, but you don't want to replace them. And so being able to compose the delivery of these services is really important. And then finally, as many of you know, the way we operate inside of our data platform business is we have a single integrated set of services. We don't have multiple services. We don't have a key value store. We don't have a SQL engine. We don't have a document database. We don't have a vector database. We have a single data store where everything is together and operational. This means lower total cost of ownership, better performance, better agility in delivering the reality of your applications. And so there are a number of ways where you can use your imagination to understand, certainly in manufacturing. Here is an example, connecting all of the internal systems to all of the external use cases and being able to have access to all of that data interoperability and AI to deliver better decisions in real time. And then obviously everyone in here, I'm sure, is familiar with some of the different use cases for connecting our integrated healthcare systems, whether it be devices, whether it be patients on phones, whether it be nurses to doctors, to diagnoses, to pharmacy, and anywhere in between. You can imagine how we can really improve the process and the effectiveness of how we deploy. So at InterSystems, we actually package this technology in our Iris family of solutions. We have InterSystems Data Studio powered by Iris. We have InterSystems Data Studio with AI assistants powered by Iris. We have our core Iris data platform, Iris for Health, and then also Iris for interoperability. And we really think that the different by design technology inside of Iris is really a key enabler for your success and for our success in an AI-enabled world, because it delivers unparalleled efficiency for gathering data, interoperability, and it combines it with our domain expertise inside of the industry. Moving on, many of you here interact with us through our healthcare portfolio. And so we have a very broad and expansive healthcare portfolio, and of course this is where a lot of our domain expertise comes in. All of these applications are built on that same fundamental foundation that I just described, which is AI-enabled, AI-ready, called InterSystems Iris. And we fit into a lot of different places. I'll kind of break down in summary what we think about and how we continue to invest in this portfolio. Of course, and we visited a couple of local hospitals yesterday, and any of us who've been part of medical care all understand that the healthcare ecosystem is challenging. It's got to be fast. It's got to be clear, and it's got to be reliable. Lives are at stake. And so inside of our thinking around building this portfolio, we think that that the efficient interoperability is key to why our applications succeed in the market. You've got devices, and you've got readings, you've got handwritten charts, you've got physician notes. All of this stuff really has to come together in the moment to create the best product and the best care plans for our patients. And so leveraging that core capability inside of InterSystems Iris and all of those different products, we actually have a portfolio that we've built in 3 kinds of categories, depending on how you all want to interact and use those capabilities. And of course, we have many providers here today. We also have many partners who build their own applications. And so across this spectrum, we build a portfolio so that you can either buy solutions that are very specific to a problem that you want to solve, that you can use our solutions to connect up different parts of your organization, or certainly you can go build your own things, whether you have a custom application that you want to build, or if you're one of our wonderful application partners looking to create some differentiation in the marketplace. So in our buy portfolio, what we try to leverage in our domain expertise is a couple of things. Certainly we have our EHR, which we're going to hear a lot more about throughout the conference today, both TrackCare and Telecare. These are certainly award-winning kinds of technologies, and we continue to invest heavily. And of course, the flexibility of the underlying platform allows us to do some really interesting things. There's no shortage to the use cases that we'll be able to invest in that space. The next kind of greater category of buy is our longitudinal healthcare record. We call it our unified care record. Of course, we understand that interoperability is a piece, but there's a lot of dirty data in the world. And so one of the things that we spend a lot of time and a lot of our experience on is helping you to bring that information together, normalize it, deduplicate it so that it can be truly trusted and it can truly be a single integrated view of the patient so that better decisions can be made in a quicker time frame. We then have a lot of tools that surround these options to let you take advantage of and leverage that data, whether it be for reporting and analytics, whether it be for actually looking at clinical notes, or whether it be for applying AI assistance to that information to get a better view of the information that you have. Of course, connectivity is key to interoperability. You've got to be able to connect to the endpoints. You've got to be able to pull the data together. But you've also got to make sense of that information, whether it be custom formats, whether it be some of the industry standard formats of which there are many, and of which there are many changing formats every day. Inside of this space, we extend our ability to do interoperability and connectivity with also the ability to do that translation. And you'll see us continuing to invest here. I think there's a great opportunity for us to leverage AI in this space to get ahead of those ever-changing standards to make sure that we're always together as up-to-date as possible. And then finally, in our build space, we combine the assets behind our buy application, some of the data models, some of the transformation technology with our award-winning Iris data platform and bundle that up so you have a starter kit where you can build trusted applications, but not from a blank sheet of paper. You've got the best data platform with the best performance. You've also got a head start on transformations. You've got a head start on data models. You've got access to industry standard programming languages, whether it be business intelligence, whether it be deep learning, machine learning, AI, or even Python for building your applications. It's a one-stop shop that helps you to de-risk what you're working on in building those applications, while at the same time providing truly the best total cost of ownership, because it is that single integrated data plane where you only have one copy of the data, and that one copy of the data can be used in many different formats for many different kinds of applications. So we've got a really great platform that is different by design, that allows us to stay up with and ahead of the market in this AI world. We think, frankly, that the market's coming to us. AI is it's the perfect data application. It's going to drive volume. Agents don't sleep. They don't take coffee breaks. They create other agents. They create more workloads. So having that trusted data with interoperability and domain expertise is a really great place to be in the marketplace today. And before I end, I'd like to say, as an extension, we very recently added to this platform this thing that we call AI Hub. I mentioned agents just a minute ago. Agentic AI is certainly all the rage, and I think we've only just begun to see some of the revolutionary capabilities that we can build leveraging agents. So inside of our data platform and inside of our application platform, we've actually created this additional capability that we call AI Hub. And in the center, this is basically our MCP integration layer. You can create your own agents. Those agents inherit all of the capabilities of Iris, meaning they inherit the ability to go out and connect to data. They inherit the ability to store, provision, transform, and improve the quality of the data. But they also inherit all of the security, privacy, and governance that you've built into your Iris data platform. We actually now have more than 100 clients leveraging AI Hub for their MCP missions. We have 3 or 4 of them who are actually in production today, and we're very excited about these capabilities. You'll see us in the future continue to build on this platform by building out additional agents that will be useful for you, whether it be across your build, connect, or buy capabilities in healthcare, as well as across our other industries. I apologize, I've gone 30 seconds over, and I believe the next thing is a break. So I thank you for your continued interest in InterSystems. Look forward to seeing you at the coffee break. Take care.
Thank you very much, Senior Vice President, Data Platforms at InterSystems, Mr. Scott Now. Now we see how we're different by design. So thank you very much, Mr. Scott Now, once again, and all our speakers this morning. We'll take a short break now. Please take this opportunity to network and visit our partner pavilion and explore the live demonstrations outside the plenary hall. We will resume back here again promptly at around 11 a.m. Please enjoy the break. ท่านผู้เกียรติทุกท่านครับเดี๋ยวเรียนเชิญทุกท่านนะครับพักเบรกกันสักครู่นะครับระหว่างนี้สามารถที่จะพูดคุยแลกเปลี่ยนพร้อมกับเยี่ยมชมบูธจากพันธมิตรของเราด้านนอกได้นะครับรวมถึงการสาธิตเทคโนโลยีต่างๆบริเวณด้านนอกห้อง plenary hall แห่งนี้นะครับและเดี๋ยวกลับมาพบกันนะฮะ 11 นาฬิกานะครับ 11 นาฬิกา See you at 11 a.m. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Oh, now thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It's me again, Tin Chokamonkit, or Tin Chokamonkey. Hope you had a good break. Now let's continue. When we talk about transformation, when we talk about change, I think it's one of the most difficult things that anyone or any enterprise or any entity would like to do, because we're accustomed and we're used to the way we work, the way we do things. But for a 127-year-old hospital to change, to transform from the old school to AI technology, from paper to AI, is not an easy task. So we want to take you on a journey to see how they have transformed from day one until today. And to truly take us there on this incredible journey is the Regional Professional Services Director from InterSystems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nana Achapon Kunlertkit.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let me start with this first question. How many of you in here has the systems in your hospital that you know really needs to change? Maybe it's an outdated system, but changing it could be incredibly difficult. I saw a raise of hands. Very good, thank you. Imagine this. You have the system that is highly customized to meet with your hospital workflow. Maybe your staff, your doctors have helped design it, and they fully own the systems. But at a point in time, you go to them and you said, we are going to replace that systems. This is the journey of B&H Hospital. It is how it began. When we began working with B&H Hospital, they were working on a fully homegrown hospital, highly customized to match with their hospital workflow. Their doctors have helped designing it. Their IT have helped building it. So think about the sense of ownership that they have for the systems. It takes courage, trust, and a really strong leadership to move them from such systems to a standardized international system like TrackCare. But they did it, and they did it successfully. Within just a little bit less than a year, they transitioned from their homegrown systems into TrackCare systems without any customization, highly standardized. How did they do it? Dr. Apishai will talk about that today. But what I want to talk to you about today, in addition to that, is what's on top of it. After we finish the implementation, we continue on with this optimization. We work with them as a partner to see what else we can help them improve, either to refine our systems or to refine their workflow to make it better for them, to make them realize the benefits of the platform better. Then we launched IntelliCare in May 2025. After the demo session was finished, Dr. Apishai came over to me and he said, Nana, I want these systems and I want it as soon as possible. And a lot of you know when executives say as soon as possible, they actually meant yesterday. And that was the case of Dr. Apishai. So we went through the implementation, and mid of this year in June, we went live with AI, IntelliCare with AI functionality, full AI functionality. And B&H Hospital is the first hospital in Thailand to go live with AI in IntelliCare, and it's the second in the world to go live with these systems. I believe B&H deserves a big round of applause. Thank you. And this is not just a technological transformation. This is the change of the people, change of the process, and change of mindset. And they did it through. Dr. Apishai did not just support the team through the change, but he led his team through changes. And he continued on with the changes as the world evolves. He is the type of the leader who said, what got us there, or what got us here, may not get us there. I'm very honored to introduce Dr. Apishai to the stage, the Assistant Director of B&H Hospital. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me back there? I can hear myself here as well. I'm glad they put that photo away so soon because, it looked a bit old, don't I? Okay. Now, what I would like to say this morning is, first of all, thank you, InterSystems, for having me here today and talk to you guys. B&H Hospital, this year actually celebrated our 128th year. But I said in the slide because I started with the AI, thought of AI implementation since 127th year, which is last year. So just to clear that so that everybody understands what we have been doing. So I started working with B&H as a surgeon. I'm a surgeon myself and an MIS surgeon. It was in 2003 that I started working at B&H as a full-time surgical consultant at B&H Hospital, and I didn't get into the administrative roles until much later, let's say 2017. The first step when I went into B&H Hospital, of course, everything was as 120 years ago. We started off with papers. Everything was written on paper. At that time, I believe we started to have an HIS called MedTrack. I believe you guys know it. Okay? MedTrack was used at that time for two purposes. One is to keep the diagnosis as in coding. Two is for the pharmacist to key in the medications and supplies and use it for further purpose in financial processes. But doctors hardly use the system at all. A little bit further than that, the lab track came in, and then we used the lab through the system, but everything was still printed out. Everything is in big piles of paper, and I'm not sure how many of you in this room have seen or have been in that system, but from the look of everyone here, I think maybe more than half of the room actually has been passed through that stage of medical care, that stage of medical records. All right. Anyway, 2003 is when I started working with the B&H Hospital. A little bit further, they changed the system of MedTrack to something called B-Connect. B-Connect is a little older system, but a little bit more manageable. We can change many things by ourselves because we had our source codes at that time, and from that I started with 2017 when I started doing some administrative work, and I was put into the position of taking care of the IT system of the hospital. So we were introduced to some program, the medical record or document maker called QUIP. QUIP is a system where we can design our own user interface. Let's say doctors would want something on the computer to look like what they see in the paper, or as close as possible to the paper system that they have been used to work with. So I started at that time telling the team, I've got a very good team, and everyone is here today. So I started telling the team that I think we should go paperless. 2017, we started working. I will tell you later how we did it, but after that, in 2020, we went complete paperless in outpatients. Okay, and as I told you, I will tell you how we went to that point. And then in 2023, we switched to track care. We switched to track care, and again, changing from one system to another, as Nana had just said, is not easy. So we managed with a good team and good participation and good help from both the InterSystems team and also our Lansing team that we've done together with our group sister hospital, the Samiti Veg Group Hospital. So we went on track care, and then just earlier this year, we moved on to IntelliCare, and just last month, we went up to use of ambient. You'll see what it is in a few next slides. Okay, now 2017, we started thinking that we should go paperless. We started thinking, and then we told the doctors that we should go paperless. But with the QUIP system, we started working with the doctors, how they would like their workspace to look like, how they would like to enter their medical records. Each department has their own key users. So we came up and we sat down and talked to them, how they would like things to look at on their medical records. And then we designed the system. We designed I think we designed the best OB ANC record in the whole country or even in the world using QUIP platform. And that QUIP platform is actually still being used in some other hospitals around the country. Okay. So it took us 3 years. And by 2020, we got our BDMS award on Green or Earth Hospital. That means we have eliminated the use of over 6,000 reams of paper per year. We have reduced waste by 14,000 kilograms per year, and also we reduced the space of 179 square meters to 0 in medical record room. And we freed up 15 staff and got them to go and work with the patients as, pretty much we call them angels. So that is how we started for paperless. What I mentioned earlier is that once we want to do something, we have to tell everyone. So from the beginning, to change from paper to online or onto the computer's entering system, we started telling our doctors, our nurses first, maybe a year ahead, that, okay, we are moving there. We are looking forward to that. It would take us some time, but yes, we'll definitely go there. Everyone sits down, design the system. I tell them why we need to do that, and we have to go with the priority. And then we got them together and help us, in fact, help themselves think of how they would like to do their work. Because, it's not the time to be piling up with all these medical records in the medical records room, and, a lot of losses, a lot of data loss, and, the paper tends to decay over time. So basically, we went live, and the whole team and our company, InterSystems, and everyone else stay close and help them with any problem that could happen. That's how we went through. So everyone sat and worked together. As I said, participation is the key. Everyone involved comes together and then help designing the system from, as I said, 2003 to 2017. And when we started with the track care system, we started off in 2024, 23 to 24. And when we went live, and 2 years after that, a little bit over a year after that, I saw the AI assistant system last year at this event in Indonesia. That's when I told Kunana, I told everyone at InterSystems that I want that. So, so that started us off in January this year. It took the team about 6 months to start working on the system, upgrading the system to ASXX. Can't remember, but yeah, to the Asia Pacific and Asia version of the IntelliCare, and then upgrade everything. We patched, and then we started AI Assistant. During which time, again, I got all the doctors who would be involved, and they started designing what they want the AI to help them as a basic question, as a basic prompt. They learn prompt engineering. They learn how to prompt, but we got all the cream of these doctors who have been using this for a long time. I mean, who is more familiar with AI. And then we got the team together, and then we got them to design their prompts of what they want the AI to be, at least on the basic of what the AI can help them with the medical records. And also, we worked with the InterSystems team that, okay, initially, they said we could go back about 10 episodes or 10 encounters back because it would slow down the system if we went too far back. We were negotiating a little bit, and then we came up to 20 episodes, but only the countable episodes, not the meaningless episodes. So we got the medical records by AI. They can search us back about 20 episodes. Because, you know why? Because we are 120-some years hospital. We got a very long standing patients who have been with us for 30 years, 40 years. I mean, anything longer than that would probably have gone already. But okay, so we need a longer medical records look back. So we got the system to go back as long as we can without compromising too much of the performance. And thanks to InterSystems, Dr. Marcus, where are you? Whatever. But yeah, all right. So after that, we went live in June with the AI assistant, and as I told you, we just went live with ambient. It only about last month, or even just about last month, about 3 weeks ago, and everyone is very happy about it. So what I have learned, what I think I expected, I want the AI assistant to come and help the doctors to shorten the time of medical record review so that they can have more time with the patient. And the AI assistant did just that. And we have seen from the doctors that this is very, very useful for them in such a way. But we are doing more by AI ambient, which again, it will help doctors not to be on the keyboard clicking while talking to the patient. I know that in my generation I might not be able to do that, but some of the younger doctors would be doing that. Listen to the patient and then click on the keyboard and just to record everything, just to make the time. Now with the ambient, I believe they are now happier because they don't have to do that anymore. They can focus more on the patient, and that is what it's all about. We'll be able to do more with the system. I'm pretty sure of that. So, mentioned again, we get a better clinical work because we spend less time on the computer. We have more time with the patient. We have more human touch to our care to the patient. And of course, altogether, we are providing better care to our patients. And I believe it's just the beginning. I'm sure that we can do a lot more with the AI, with the system that have just started. We are the second of the world, first in Thailand, but I believe we will go much further. I believe we can work a lot more together with the InterSystems team And here are some of our
From my experience, AI IntelliCare supports our work in several ways, especially through the S-bar and the nursing notes feature, which I find very particularly useful. For nurses note feature, this feature saves a lot of time on documentation. The AI can organize the important patient information into a clear and structured nurse's note, which reduce the manual paperwork and make a documentation much more efficient. I think together with the S-bar, it provides a quick access into the important patient information and created a smoother workflow. This is very important because this allows nurses to spend less time on documentation and more time taking care with the patients.
For me, the AI IntelliCare is very helpful, especially when I need to find the information from the hospital system, big system. The first is almost like I have the good librarian to find out the information for me, especially the medical history, the blood test, the X-ray and the MRI scan test from each visit. They can help me save my time. And another one, instead of going through all different menus and reading all the data that the patient have, we can get the relevant information much more easy. One important strength is the patient data security. Once the AI gives us the information, it doesn't give the information that relate to the patient identity, such as the patient name, hospital number.
The feature I'm most impressed with, which I consider the real highlight, is the lab summary and discharge summary. Normally, our medical data is massive and quite complex. If I had to sit down and write a summary report myself, a single page used to take up to 30 minutes. But this AI can pull that raw data and summarize it into something easy to read. It helped me scan patient chart a lot faster and cut out a big chunk of the manual work. Because of that, I can communicate the result to my patient much quicker. It really saves a lot of time. Another feature that really hit the mark is the referral letter. In the past, we had to spend a lot of time drafting the whole letter from scratch. Now, we just provide the basic data and the AI organizes everything accurately and neatly. It put into the proper, easy-to-read medical language. This really cut down the time spending drafting letter, giving us more time to fully focus on our patient.
Before AI can truly become a perfect smart secretary, we need to learn each other. For AI, it needs to be trained to maximize reliability and safety. For doctor, we need to learn how to communicate to AI and provide the precise command. If the foundation is solid, we will see the AI shift from just processing data to real AI agent. In the future, AI would taking huge workload off our shoulder and give us a time to focus back to the patient to provide higher standard of care.
All right. After just 2 months use of AI, I think, doctors have already seen how they would like the AI to work for them. But I have to stress once again, before we came to that point where the doctors can start using the AI system, we went back from the beginning of the year, priming them so that they got ready. So what I'm saying now today before I open for a Q&A session is that, first of all, we need a clear direction from leadership to start changing something. And then the second is the most important. It's got to be an organization-wide partnership or participation, because everyone who will be using the system has to come together and design it together. That is the key success factor, that we came this far because we have the participation of everyone in the organization. And of course, without our IT departments, without the Lansing IT supporter, without you guys in the system, and without our doctors and nurses, we won't get here. We would probably still be using papers back in those days. All right. And of course, the product has to be a good product, which we have found the product excellent. So I would say what we have done is not just changing the system, but we together made the change. Now, please, I would like to open this up for Q&A.
Oh, you Q&A
If there's
session?
any questions or any comment from the floor?
Does anybody have any question for Dr. Apichai? Do we see anyone? I think they're just amazed by the 127 years transformation. It's not easy.
I was just guessing that, either I didn't speak very clearly enough so that they didn't understand whatever I said at all.
You were very clear, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
A
big round of applause for Dr. Apichai.
Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณครับ Assistant Hospital Director, B&H Hospital, Dr. Apichai Chayarod, and of course, thank you, Dr. Achapon คุณเลิศกิจนะครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ there was a phrase on the presentation just now that I really like, and me being from the media industry, it says that AI does not replace human care, but it strengthens it. I think this is a very important key message that we have to understand. A lot of my staff that I work with, they said, "Oh, is AI going to replace me? Are you going to get rid of me? I'm going to use AI instead." I said, "No, but you got to embrace AI, learn from it, and use it to help you excel." That's exactly what B&H has done. And 127 years, wow, what a history. I'm one of your customers too, Dr. Apichai. Next, a very interesting topic as well, AI and ethics, translating AI expectations into practice. And to share this journey with us, this next session brings a clinical and academic lens to translating high expectations into responsible, real-world practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Physician Executive of InterSystems, Dr. Emeline Ramos.
Morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure coming back to the Asia Summit year after year and seeing so many of our customers from Southeast Asia in the room. I want to give a special shout out to a lot of people who have traveled much further. So I believe we have a few Aussies and a few Kiwis in the room. So welcome. Now, there's certainly no shortage of discussions about AI in healthcare. What's much harder to find is evidence of what actually changes. AI is embedded into the day-to-day work of clinicians. To explore that, I recently had the pleasure of sitting down with Dr. Angelica Marotta, who is a researcher for the MIT Sloan School of Management. Now, Angelica has spent much of the past decade at MIT. She has been doing research and working on security, AI governance, and the impact of emerging technology on organizations. Angelica recently led a study on IntelliCare. Hear a lot about IntelliCare today. IntelliCare is AI-enabled electronic health. She did that study with EMC hospitals in Indonesia. Now, rather than looking at AI in theory, study examined what happens and what changes with the clinician's day-to-day workflow, the impact it had, patient interactions, and how they actually used that technology. And last month, I had the pleasure of sitting down with Angelica in Italy. And she told me what findings were of the study. I know that a lot of you will be interested in those results because people in the room are from healthcare organizations who are trying to work out how to deploy AI responsibly and effectively within their own organizations. So we sincerely hope you enjoy this conversation with Dr. Marotta. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Emeline Ramos. I'm a physician executive for InterSystems, and I'm very pleased to have us join today Dr. Angelica Marotta, who is a researcher at MIT Sloan School of Management. Angelica, thank you so much for being here. Before we get started, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure. Well, I'm Dr. Angelica Marotta. My background is in cybersecurity, AI, and law. And I'm a researcher at MIT, specializing in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, regulatory compliance. In particular, I develop innovative frameworks for navigating regulatory environments, global regulations, and cybersecurity strategies.
Your background is in cybersecurity, but you do a lot of research in healthcare AI.
In healthcare, the application of AI to this kind of environment means that you have to adapt the risk management strategies. The most important thing in establishing trust in AI is to make AI usable. So it's very important for a hospital to implement strategies to create trust and make it a central aspect of their culture. One of the sectors I found to be particularly vulnerable to the intersections of AI and cybersecurity is healthcare. And that's why my research focuses on InterSystems in telecare.
You performed your research at EMC, one of our largest customers in Indonesia, and they rapidly deployed our TrackCare EMR product over a period of 2 years. They then rapidly deployed IntelliCare, which is our generative AI electronic health record. Tell us what you hope to capture with your research.
I wanted to understand the deeper relationship between AI, humans, and information. I divided the research in 3 phases, and the pre-deployment phase to assess the existing system, in this case, TrackCare. A post-deployment phase to capture the first impressions, the initial adaptations, and a follow-up and third phase where I assess the long-term results and management strategies.
Let's go through the clinical documentation burden that doctors and nurses tend to experience in their day-to-day work.
Documentation was one of the challenges that EMC experienced, and that's why I introduced it as a metric in my study. And what surprised me the most, clinicians were spending about 7.3 minutes on documentation and almost half of their workday in front of the computer.
To me, 7.3 minutes doesn't sound like a long time. Mm-hmm. So why is it that 7.3 minutes for a clinician in a clinic or on the ward? You know, why is that important?
Speed is very important in healthcare, especially in the emergency department. That time being in front of the computer, then it's time wasted that could be employed in saving a life. Documentation has become the invisible patient in the room. A physician in the emergency department shared that stabilizing critically ill patients first and then returning to his computer to reconstruct information about the symptoms and other information. A pediatrician described the tension of keeping eye contact with her patients while typing. So it's not just a matter of time, it's a matter of tension.
In pediatric medicine, I often think that there are 2 patients in the room. One is the child, and often there'll be their parents.
In this case, it's very important for the clinician to explain the symptoms and talk with the family, and this was quite challenging in the pre-deployment phase. But with IntelliCare, it's improved because the pediatrician could dedicate more time to explaining symptoms and being more attentive to the reaction of these patients.
So obviously, Angelica, you talked to a wide range of doctors at EMC, and was that a universal finding among the doctors that you spoke with?
Doctors wanted to dedicate more attention to healthcare instead of spending time in front of the computer. If you think about the high volume, for example, in the emergency department, this can create a lot of problems.
Let's move on to the post-deployment phase of your study.
IntelliCare had an invisible impact. I expected comments like, AI made me do this, AI allowed me to make this decision. What I heard the most was I didn't spend too much time on my computer. Today, I visited 2 more patients. The impact was not measured in terms of how much AI could improve the work, how much time the patients were visited, or how much time the doctors could interact with AI, but the time they saved, the better practices they had. So this was the real impact of IntelliCare. This was also evident in the patient interactions that clinicians had, because patients could realize that there was this improvement. There was better communication, there was more eye contact. And in my research, I analyzed the eye contact metric, which was increased in 63% of the clinicians. So that was a very important achievement.
That's a fascinating figure, Angelica. What advice would you give a hospital who is looking to adopt artificial intelligence?
The first recommendation I have is to start from the pain points, the challenges clinicians have, and how to address them through the new technology. The second recommendation is to think about technology deployment as a partnership. You would be surprised to see how much help you can get from the clinicians in adopting the technology. And the third recommendation I have is to keep the human in the loop and allow clinicians to be the ultimate gatekeeper.
Why do you think keeping the human in the loop is so important?
Let me give you an example. I conducted a case study about a pediatrician who wanted to understand whether a vaccine was given or not. So the pediatrician started with a prompt. She asked the AI to provide a list of vaccines. So the AI returned the list of vaccines. But there was something that was particularly alarming to the pediatrician. She saw that one vaccine was not given to a child, and she immediately went to ask her nurse, and she confirmed that the vaccine was actually given to the child. And they couldn't understand why. Basically, the problem was that the nursing staff forgot to check the confirmation box before the record was locked. The AI was very helpful, but also the human side was helpful. And without each other, they couldn't get to this point. So augmented healthcare here really worked.
We're still in the early days of AI in healthcare. Based on your research, where do you see the biggest refinements happen over the next few years?
There's an increasing need for clinicians to understand better how to manage AI from their perspectives, and as a result, to manage the risk coming out of it.
Your study is one of the first to assess the impact of AI within a health service. Tell us where people can access the results of your study.
We are in the final stage of this research. So we are planning on publishing a book. We have great data, we have great insights. So be on the lookout for that to happen.
A big round of applause for Dr. Emmeline and Dr. Angelica. Thank you very much. An insightful interview. Next session, we are going to look at how support done differently becomes a genuine partnership. I think this word partnership is a very important and critical word. Of course, we are all here today because of partnership. If you don't have a good partnership, we won't thrive in this economy. And before our next speaker comes up on stage, which is the Senior Director of Healthcare Solutions Support, InterSystems, Miss Alex McLeod, please watch this video.
I'm Dietmar. I'm the CEO of the SHD Group. SHD serves customers with business-critical requirements. Reliability, speed, scalability are not optional for us. They are fundamental. When I joined SHD, I found a landscape that was well established over many decades, with technology that was also in place for many decades. We needed to challenge the status quo in every angle, and we also needed to review the strategic decisions of the past. Do they fit with our product roadmap that we plan for the future?
I'm Peter Dommermuth. I became responsible for SHD, and everything was working as usual. And from one day to another, everything changed.
I have to admit, I didn't even know InterSystems when I joined SHD.
Dietmar, from the first time, he told me he want to get rid of us, but he's listening to us.
At the beginning, this was not about preserving a relationship. It was about determining whether the platform and the partner could support our strategy going forward. What impressed us was that InterSystems did not avoid these questions. They leaned into them.
Most important thing, to build up trust. We were talking about technology with them and had many meetings to show them how we are working, how we are thinking.
We came to understand InterSystems Iris not simply as a database, but as a broader data platform. A vendor typically tries to sell or protect an existing position. A partner tries to understand what you are trying to achieve and then helps you get there. That is what we experience with InterSystems.
We understand our partners. We understand the needs of our partners because we are talking to them every day.
My advice to other CEOs inheriting an unfamiliar technology landscape would be challenge everything, but do it fairly. You should not assume that past decisions are automatically right for the future. But at the same time, do not dismiss something simply because it has been in place for a long time. Longevity can also be a sign of strength. If the technology still performs, if it can evolve, and if the partner continues to earn your trust. That was our experience with InterSystems. We challenged the relationship, and through that process, we became more convinced of its value.
These shoes are a great idea until I have to walk up stage and there's no railing to hold on to. I'm Alex McLeod. I'm going to talk a little bit about our principles for support today and then how I see kind of the landscape changing with the invention of AI in particular. Don mentioned John Palladino earlier, who kind of runs our client services department, support being one part of that. I started as an intern under him a long time ago. And I thought when I came to InterSystems, what a bizarre place. Within a month, as an intern, they had me talking to customers, and I got to tell you, I thought back then that was a bad idea. But now it's 26 years later, and I'm still here. So there's something to be said for, hiring people, keeping them passionate, as Don said earlier, and kind of having them do the right thing for the customer. Now we'll see if this thing actually works, because I'm meant to go forward. So the way I think about support is high-tech, high-touch for what we do. So if you think of the healthcare systems in particular, which is what I focus on, these are some very mission-critical, very complex applications that we put in place and run your operations every day. Right? This certainly applies to non-healthcare as well. But InterSystems has traditionally always been a high-touch company. right? Which is a little bit different than other places work, I think. So when I started and they told me the customer decides what priority the problem is, I thought, that sounds crazy. Doesn't everyone log everything as crisis so they get it done quickly? Right? But you'd be surprised people do not abuse this. Probably because they don't want to be on the list of crisis issues discussed in Don's Monday morning management meeting. But, people are pretty reasonable, and we don't do low priority because we don't think anything is low priority. Right? So we trust your urgency on the issue, and we treat it that way. Similarly, the customer alone gets to close the problem. So until you say, you know what, I'm happy, you've resolved all my questions, we cannot close the problem, take it out of the system. That is not important to us, right? What's important to us is what you think is right. We try to get you an expert on the phone in 30 minutes. So when you call, you don't get a machine, you don't get a menu option where you have to select. I don't know if you've ever called one of these, they drive me crazy. But you get a human being that kind of triages your question and gives it to an expert or a technical person. And then Don had this great CloudStrike story earlier, which doesn't really have anything to do with us, but it is kind of how we operate. So you could call in with an issue where you don't know, is it our software, is it something else, is it the infrastructure? But our people try to help as much as they can. Knowledge has limits, but they try to help as long as, or at least hold your hand until you're at the end and see that light. So how, do we measure support? I hate the transactional stuff, personally, as KPIs. Now, we have to look at that, right? Because otherwise, when it's budget season, I don't get my headcount for next year. So we have to look at tickets closed, how many, what's the volume of tickets coming in, what is our SLA compliance. Those are kind of the table stakes. But then we like to look at what impacts customer outcomes. So what's the quality of the service we provided? And the best way to get at that is to look at what you gave us for feedback. So survey responses, class scores, that type of stuff, sentiment analysis, right? How did you feel when that ticket was resolved at the end? How often do tickets get reopened? Does that happen? Because that's not a good sign. That probably means we didn't get to the root cause. We fixed some symptom and it reappeared somewhere else. Or it reappeared in another region. We don't want to see any of that happening either. What's the backlog of tickets, right? We don't want you waiting too long. Some things, because we also do service requests, we don't just do incidents, right? Will take a while because we do discovery with you, we do implementation, but we don't want things sitting idly and that backlog getting bigger because that's directly correlated to dissatisfaction of you guys. And I'm happy to share any of our KPIs with you. I think transparency is important because we want to make sure that it aligns with how you're feeling. So how does this change with AI? Some people think, well, with AI, maybe you never have to call support again, and that would certainly be nice. Although I like talking to people, but I prefer talking to people about planning, about figuring out what else we can do. I don't want to talk to someone because their disk filled up. That's something that should be diagnosed automatically, self-healed, recovered, and you never have to call us, right? That's the ideal state. And then we have more time to apply that high-touch energy somewhere else and be more proactive, right? The InterSystems people in the room know that I'm a huge Disney World fan, so I always have a Disney analogy, right? But I'm actually planning a trip right now for October with my husband and my kids to go to Disney World. And they're there to have fun. I'm there to run the whole trip like a military operation, right? But without them seeing it. Or actually, I want my husband to see it, right? I want him to see how much work it takes, but my kids should be totally abstracted. They're just there to have fun, and I handle everything in the background. The other thing, I don't know if you've ever talked, I don't know if Tokyo Disney, for example, is the same, but you can do a lot of stuff with Disney online, on the app, everything you want. It is kind of self-service, but when you do have to call them, no exaggeration, it's a magical experience. Their customer service is excellent, and that's kind of the feeling I want when you guys have to call us, right? I want that touch to be exceptional and earned and special, So let's look at a little video. What you'll see on the left is kind of past, and then on the right is the future, and I'll explain afterwards how I see this.
You're going to kicks incident. It's going to DD or so.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I would rather be the guy on the right. Not physically, but he looks to be a lot happier, right? This one is a high blood pressure problem waiting to happen. And I've been that guy, right? In the night, take a pager call, you have to apply a patch, system is unavailable for a while. But ideally, that never has to happen, right? So the boring, mundane crisis stuff should be handled, and abstracted from you guys and applied automatically. As much as you feel comfortable, because you do need to have a choice in what gets done to your system, right? So let's talk a little bit about what we do to get there. So let's talk about technology first. In the cloud, we actually have a lot more opportunity to handle this very automatically, right? Because we can scale up and down, we can clean up automatically, we operate the system to our best practices. So that gives us a lot of control. However, I think especially with AI, even when we're running the system on-premise, we have a lot of chances now to make that better. With the system triggering, recognizing signals, being trained on the expertise that our support advisors have, so that at least it gets flagged up automatically and early detected, ideally self-healed, right? So that you don't have to deal with those crisis issues anymore. But it does require, some of that is easy, and some of it requires, us to train, to have advisors become more of an AI steward. But there's a lot of options there we can do across product, operations, and support. Right? So it's kind of a joint journey that we're going through. And then the high touch, we can really focus on the proactive relationship with you guys, right? First of all, we always need to give you a choice. Right? And I'll talk a little bit about the tooling we have with AI. But I don't want you guys to only talk to a machine when you call support. Right? You need to have the option, if there's something self-service you feel comfortable with, do that. But if you want to talk to a human being, we're always there. Right? So that's the kind of omni-channel idea. But let us, from the technology side, take care proactively of the stuff you don't want to be bothered with, so that we can really focus on the more complex things, because those will always happen with systems like Tracker and Telecare. I actually I vibe code a lot for fun now these days, and I let Claude pick the technology for me, right? So I recently wrote like a little application. I let it select the database, and this is not a pitch for Iris, although it kind of is, but it picked some freeware database in the cloud. I didn't really care, because all I cared about was the outcome, right? So the UI that it built, the functionality I had available. And then it made a mistake, and I lost all of my data. And I figured out afterwards it hadn't done a backup. I didn't have the commercial license for the database, So kind of all that stuff I didn't think about. That was easier on a, little experiment that I ran. But none of that should happen for you, right? So when you're dealing with complex systems, all of that stuff should be taken care of automatically without you having to think about it. And I know this stuff, right? And I still ran into it. So it does happen. Mistakes happen, but we want to catch those early and detect them. And then really, hopefully, you can focus more time on the talking us to kind of plan what else can we do? What fun things are coming in Telecare that we can adopt? Let's drive that while the system takes care of the boring stuff. So let me talk a little bit about what we're doing in AI right now in support, right? Because product and operations, Scott and managed service and those guys have handled. So we're working on AI-enabled tooling for the system side for you guys. AI-enabled advisors, I'll talk about what that means, and then kind of the user experience for when you guys call us or log a ticket or something. So I'll go through those three. So AI-enabled tooling really kind of looks like we're focusing on what can we do when the system is on-premise, where we have less control than in a cloud or managed environment that we're running, right? So what you'll see here, and you can certainly talk to anyone from me or my team afterwards, is centralized monitoring, where you agree which data is shared with us, and it's not clinical data or anything, but it's capturing signals from the system, like CPU usage, performance data, that type of stuff, and then we get alerted early so we can intervene. Right? All of that is kind of analyzed with AI, so this exists now. And then we have automated tooling to help deploy patches, deploy upgrades with a human in the loop. Because similarly to what we heard in the stories before about clinical interactions, with this stuff for now, we want a human in the loop too. And it kind of depends on your level of risk acceptance, what we will do automatically. For the advisors, there's a couple of things that we're doing. But right now, and you can probably see this badly, but I'm happy to share the slides afterwards. So this is not customer-facing right now. But basically what we built is a root cause analysis helper for our support advisors that helps them analyze faster, look at past tickets, related tickets, possible root causes. It recommends workarounds, existing patches or fixes, and then you can interactively chat with it too to get more information, right? But it should speed up time to resolution. So kind of amplifying the knowledge that those advisors have already. And this one you will see soon, because I think we're going live this week. And this is a little bit of context help when you log something in the system for the advisor before they pick up the phone to have more context. The AI will suggest additional questions to ask you that you might not have thought of that we might need to provide better service. So we're trying like little things that don't automatically do anything, but it'll hopefully help us, just speed up the way we can handle the tickets coming in. For your user experience, we actually counted, and this is unbelievable. I didn't know we had this many, but there's 45 channels that you can contact us in right now. Because we have support, we have account management, we have the client connection, we have a service manager. See, I can't even count them all, right? But there's a lot of different channels of different services we provide, which is awesome, but we don't want you to have to worry about it, right? So this is this omni-channel idea, but it makes it unwieldy, because how do you know who to go to or where to go? So what we've released recently, and you can see this, my team is running a kiosk outside, is kind of a digital front door called the Help Hub. That all it does is, when you log in, it kind of knows the context of what type of customer you are, which products you have, which versions, and then it routes your request and tells you where to go. Sometimes it might answer it automatically if you're having a question that, for example, can be found in documentation, or it might tell you, this is actually an incident, you should log a ticket with us, or go to your account manager because you're having a licensing question, but it should help you not worry about, okay, where in these 45 entry points do I actually go? It still has a warning, just like when you go to a patient portal, it says, not call 911 when you can't breathe. This has a warning saying, when your system is down, please call us. It doesn't matter, So, but hopefully it'll make the experience a little bit smoother, because we're just giving you too many options. And then we have other things on the horizon, like building that, and someone said it earlier, like, AI is only as good as the data it gives you. If you have, for example, bad processes, bad ticket quality, the recommendations it gives won't be as good, right? So we're doing a lot in the background, their infrastructure, to kind of feed that knowledge. And then the thing that you'll see in a second is we're working next on kind of this vibe coding idea, but for the customer, right? So the first use case we're tackling for you to look at AI is not look at your clinical data, because the AI police will be breathing down my neck. But as a safe option is when you want to ask a question, can you run your own reports? Can you look at your SLA performance? Can you see the data in a way you want to see it if you want to see your open tickets? Or, if you want to log a new ticket, can it do it for you automatically? Things like that. So to close, I'll run a video, and don't hold me to it, because this is my magic wand vision of what this should look like. But it's our idea of what that experience should feel like in the future. Maybe.
I can't access my reports in the dashboard.
Can you tell my love for Disney? It's the fantastic magic wand. But thank you very much, and I think we're having lunch next. And please feel free to come talk to me afterwards.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alex McLeod, Senior Director, Healthcare Solutions Support, InterSystems. This is support done differently. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our next session, which is one of the most important sessions of this activity, I would like to, a gentle reminder for all of you, the program in the afternoon, we'll have 2 parallel tracks beginning at 1:30. Track 1, electronic health records, ready for intelligent care delivery, will remain here in this ballroom, while track 2, which will happen simultaneously, track 2 is the data management and interoperability ready for building scalable AI, which will take place in the room next door, closer to the entrance. We will have staff and signage outside to guide you to the respected track. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the most important activity of this afternoon, lunchtime. Please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Progressively more expensive and more constrained. So this is why the moment is now. And I can assure that all
way we think about one of our
be able to create deep trust is, I think,
Physicians spend their lives caring for others, but endless hours spent typing up patient notes means they hardly get time for themselves. It's time to give doctors their time back. InterSystems IntelliCare takes notes, places orders and more, so doctors can focus on their patients, not their paperwork. A next-generation EHR built to save time, relieve burnout, and restore balance for healthcare providers. One family dinner at a time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Hope you had a good lunch. All right, this is track 1 of the InterSystems Asia READY 2026. Before I proceed with the session, may I kindly ask you to scan the QR code for live translation for this afternoon session, which is a different QR code from this morning's session. So could you please, if you need a live translation, please scan the QR code on the side screen here, and then to access the translation. Thank you. Okay, track 1's focus is the electronic health records and reimagined for a new era of intelligent care delivery. We will begin with an introduction to a next generation EHR built with AI at its very center. And the person who will come and elaborate on this topic is the head of EHR Strategy and Operations InterSystems. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your hands in a warm welcome to Mr. Dimitri Fain.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Sawadee Krap. It's wonderful to be here. So this is the story of InterSystems IntelliCare, an AI-native EHR. It's an EHR that's been reimagined from the ground up with AI at its center in order to provide a better user experience, better outcomes for your patients and your organizations, and to really revolutionize the way that you operate. A little bit later during this session, we'll be joined by my colleagues, Dr. Emmeline and Dr. Andra, and they're going to take you through a demonstration of some of the more exciting new features we've just released, and it'll be a live demo of IntelliCare as it is. Then this afternoon, when we all reconvene together as a larger group, I'm going to go through a demonstration of where we believe the future of the EHR is headed, and we'll do a live demo of some of the exciting technology that we're working on. But right now, I'd like to tell you the story of IntelliCare. To tell you that story, I'm also going to tell you the story of Maya. Maya is a 40-year-old woman who's had quite an intense interaction with the healthcare system. So we're going to learn about Maya's journey, and we're going to reflect on how IntelliCare supports that journey. We'll tell the story in a few chapters, and I'll come back in between the chapters and reflect with you on how IntelliCare supports the story you're about to see, and a little bit about what IntelliCare is and how we've built it.
She got here about 20 minutes ago.
Maya, can you hear me? Okay, team, what have we got? Talk to me, everyone. Just starting compressions.
You are started.
Right, we're going to check the pulse.
30. 1, 2.
Charge to 200. Breathe, take on your water.
Epi ready. Epi going in.
Clear out. Chop. Starting compressions. All right, check the pulse.
We got a pulse.
Well, she's stable.
InterSystems IntelliCare turns clinical complexity into instant documentation for coordinated action.
So this is the future of emergency care. This is a future where the technology doesn't overwhelm the room. The technology sits in the background, listening, observing, capturing the activity, and empowering the users to focus on the patient. A scribe, perhaps, is holding a mobile device and dictating the activities as they're happening. All of this is being captured in real time, mapped to appropriate terminology, prepared in the record, ready to write the reports, and all of this leading to truly uninterrupted care where you can focus on the patient. So when we set out to build IntelliCare, we started by understanding the balance of workloads in traditional EHRs. Now, I hope that most of us in this room believe that TrackCare is one of the better traditional EHRs, but it is a traditional EHR. And these were built with technology constraints and revenue cycle constraints and ways of doing things that shift the cognitive burden of mapping the messy, unstructured data that you deal with every day in healthcare into the electronic health record. So we force the users to think in terms of ICD codes and SNOMED codes and LOINC codes for lab tests and that sort of thing. And it forces the user to spend more time with the computer and less time with the patient. What we're trying to do with IntelliCare is rebalance that workload. So we rebalance the workload by giving letting the system do that mapping, that mapping of terminology, the unstructured to the structured, to allow the physician and the nurses and all of the clinicians to spend their time with the patient. We heard a little bit about the story from B&H this morning, so you've seen some of that in action. But that's absolutely the intention, to remove the noise, allow the users to focus on the important work of taking care of their patients. So like all of the InterSystems products, we've built this on the solid foundation of InterSystems Iris for Health, which gives us unrivaled interoperability, scale, performance. The kind of scale we're able to get from Iris goes well beyond anything that would ever be asked for from IntelliCare or TrackCare at the moment. Looking towards the future, maybe we'll start challenging that, but I imagine that by the time we get there, Iris will be able to handle it. Whoops, excuse me. On top of the foundation of Iris for Health, we build the IntelliCare Foundation, which is a comprehensive set of EHR functionality reimagined with AI at its core. It's a complete product. We don't separate the clinicals from the PAS. It's a comprehensive system. We layer the departmental systems on top of that, and all of this is wrapped with the AI-native user experience to support the better user experience for your users. So let's go back now and see where this started for Maya. We'll return to Maya's story, and we'll see what happened before she arrived in the emergency department.
Maya, my name is Dr. Hassan. Can you tell me the last thing you remember? I think we should go.
Maya, we're expecting you.
You went into cardiac arrest shortly after you arrived. But you did the right thing by coming in. If you hadn't, the outcome could have been very different.
InterSystems IntelliCare helps providers see what's coming sooner, so care teams are already ready before the moment becomes critical.
So we're seeing coordination here. We're seeing transitions of care. We're seeing documentation produced automatically in the background. We're seeing coding support from the revenue cycle perspective, leading to a smoother experience. Maya's GP was able to notify the emergency department in advance. They were able to start protocols as a pre-admit patient before she even arrived. Again, they used the ambient tools to document what was going on. All of this to provide effortless care, better support for Maya as a patient. I think this is a good opportunity to talk a little bit about ambient clinical orchestration. So we've been very careful to call our technology ambient clinical orchestration rather than ambient scribing, and I just wanted to go through the difference with you. So there's maybe 100 or more ambient scribe companies out there. I'm sure many of you have seen demos from lots of them, and fundamentally what they do is they capture the conversation, they transcribe it, and they build structured notes, often based on templates. IntelliCare does all of that, but IntelliCare then adds the clinical orchestration piece. So in addition to the documentation, IntelliCare is able to pull out the structured items to drive downstream tasks like lab orders, documenting diagnosis and problem, proposing protocols in some cases, and putting them up for human review. We heard about Human in the Loop from Dr. Emmeline and Dr. Angelica earlier today. That's all fully supported by ambient clinical orchestration. We've taken the step of bundling IntelliCare's ambient clinical orchestration into the IntelliCare Foundation. We believe this is so important to success in IntelliCare, we didn't want to put any pricing barriers in. So IntelliCare Foundation includes ambient clinical orchestration as a foundational piece to give you the benefits of the ambient system. So we're now back with Maya. She's in the hospital. We'll see a nursing handover. We'll see a few other things, and we'll continue along her journey.
Number 3.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
I have to go.
Thank you. Bye.
Looking good?
Okay. Wait.
Heart rate's drifting lower than expected.
More contrast.
Contrast. Good.
Good. We've missed a vessel. Let's stent in.
Good catch.
InterSystems IntelliCare reveals patterns that are easy to miss, continuously bringing together patient information from across the hospital and helping clinicians respond with confidence.
So I visited a customer yesterday, and we heard about nursing handover and shift handover potentially taking up to an hour. And this is an hour of time that often is extra time in addition to the normal shift. So we believe that we can greatly improve nursing handover with the AI technology behind InterSystems IntelliCare. You also saw a little bit of the patient experience there with our personal community product and the ability to keep patients and their family members informed every step of the journey, all of this leading to better coordination across the entire health system. I thought I'd take a minute now, since many of you are TrackCare customers, let's talk about the journey from TrackCare to IntelliCare. IntelliCare is a reimagined product, but we've built it on the foundation, of TrackCare. And we've done this very intentionally. So I can tell you that we were very tempted to be even more radical with the user interface, even more radical with the user experience. And you'll see a little bit of that this afternoon. I think we'll get there eventually. But we actually constrained ourselves in product design to ensure a smooth transition for existing TrackCare customers. So the prerequisite for this is you should be using all of TrackCare. You should be running on mobile-enabled user interface. You should be using Encounter Record. And you should be patched up to date. You should have the latest release. As long as you have that platform of standard product, mobile-enabled user interface, Encounter Record, full clinicals implemented, it's very, very simple to implement IntelliCare. Now, when I say the word simple, this is relative to implementing a brand new EHR. It doesn't necessarily mean it's simple. If you talk to our customers from B&H or EMC, they'll tell you the work they went through, and it is work, but it's not a full re-implementation. You're able to reuse much of the workflow. The fundamentals of the workflow and the way the product works have been kept the same. And so it's really, the bulk of the work is getting onto the latest release, getting to that point where you're ready for IntelliCare, and then it's a relatively constrained implementation process to go live. So I certainly hope many of you are already on this journey, and if you're not on the journey yet, I hope you consider joining us on this journey that we really believe is going to change the way you work with an EHR system. So I'm happy to say that Maya's on the road to recovery. So we'll check in on her one last time, and we'll see how she's doing at home.
So, everything went well. That's good. Mm-hmm. You'll stay on a few medications to make sure the artery stays open.
For how long?
It's all here in your care plan.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Oh, it's great. You see? Perfect. So let's take a picture, okay?
Maya, I'm very happy with the results. I think you're making excellent progress. Do you have any questions or issues regarding your rehab plan?
No, everything is fine. Thank you, doctor.
InterSystems IntelliCare connects every member of the medical team for more coordinated care and better outcomes beyond the hospital.
So this final part of the story is all about coordination. You saw the care provider take a photo of Maya's arm. That photo is automatically analyzed by the AI. It's attached to the record. You can create notes based on that photo. That uses the native mobile app. You'll see a little bit later, Dr. Emmeline will demonstrate the use of the native mobile app in terms of doing ward rounds. We imagine quite a lot more use cases for that. Again, just to give our users more flexibility in the way you interact with the system. And as you can see from the slide, we're targeting not just doctors, not just nurses, but the entire continuum of users. IntelliCare is a comprehensive system built to serve the needs of the entire organization. And we may not have every piece of functionality for every department today, but we're working very fast. We're on a very aggressive roadmap, and we absolutely plan to address the needs of the users across all of the departments and not just the clinical departments. We believe there's a lot of opportunities around revenue cycle management, bed management, patient flow. We're just starting to explore what this technology can give us in terms of improving the outcomes in those areas. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. We'll wish Maya well on her journey, and it's been a great pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you very much, the head of EHR, Strategy and Operations InterSystems, Mr. Dimitri Fain. Thank you, sir, for introducing us to the next generation EHR with an AI at its very center. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring you to a journey that measures the digital capability, digital maturity, and technology adoption of any hospital or healthcare organization by measuring its stages. MRAM, stage 0 to stage 7, and of course, stage 7 at its very summit. Our next speaker will share how that level of maturity was achieved with InterSystems EHR at its core. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Clinical Director of Health Informatics, National Heart Institute, IJN Malaysia. Put your hands together for Professor Dr. Alwi Yunus.
Thank you. It's always nice to be in Bangkok. I come from Kuala Lumpur, which is a city just 1,400 kilometers south of here. So it's a 2-hour, 15-minute train ride, and if you want to drive, it'll take you just about 11 hours to get there. But today, what I want to talk to you about is how we took our hospital to stage 7, which is the pinnacle of the MRAM system. And, well, it's been a great journey, and I hope that you'd be interested in this. What we'll be talking about is, the ambition of going to 7 from 0, the way we did the transformation, how track care was used as the backbone for this to happen, the lessons we learned at adoption, and also how that changed us as an institution and how we delivered care. I'd also like to talk to you about what this means for Malaysia as a country, and also what's next for us. What do we do after stage 7? So here we go on our journey. Now, the National Heart Institute in Kuala Lumpur is the only private hospital owned by the government of Malaysia. Now, that's something that is interesting on its own. It has to do with the fact that our former Prime Minister, Tun Mahathir, had a heart attack while he was Prime Minister. And as he was recovering, his surgeon asked him what would he like for his unit. And what he wanted was a hospital. And that was built for him. So that's where the National Heart Institute came from. Now, this is important because while we are a private hospital, our staff are all salaried. That's an important distinction. Most private hospitals in Malaysia have staff that are fee-for-service and therefore get paid for the service that they do and are more private contractors. The National Heart Institute, on the other hand, have salaried staff in a private setting. And that's key. I feel that that's what enabled us to move our organization to achieve MRAM7 in a very short period of time. It also allowed us to get the MHTC, Malaysian Health and Tourism Council, Medical Excellence in Medical Technology Distinction Award, and also was the first hospital and only hospital in Malaysia to be MRAM level 6 and therefore MRAM level 7. So IJN, at a glance, is not a very large hospital. It's only 437 beds. We have 2,700 staff. We do about 11,000 cath lab procedures per year. And we do about 4,000 cardiac operations per year. I'm a cardiac surgeon. Out of that 4,000 per year, last year I did 500. So I'm a very busy cardiac surgeon. But in between, I've learned that, well, health informatics is an exciting area to be in. And I'm sure everyone in this room agrees with that as well. Now, what was our starting point? When HIMSS first assessed us in November of 2023, they gave us a stage 0. This was, well, a bittersweet pill for us to swallow, but it was true. If you look at it, that's the picture on your left. That's our medical records unit. A lot of paper. That's one of our doctors using that paper. So we have multiple legacy systems and 3 decades worth of established workflows. This means that our doctors like doing things their way. So we had to change that particular mindset. Now, if you've worked with healthcare professionals in digital transformation, you'll find that nurses are not the problem. Nurses will love your digital transformation. It takes away so much of their drudgery that they embrace it wholeheartedly. Doctors, however, that's a different story. We work in a high volume, high acuity environment, and we never slowed down during the digital transformation. And this would be akin to changing the tire of your car while with your car still moving. So there were challenges to this. Historically, we've always been with the same EMR vendor. I know this may be surprising to some of you, but I was part of the team that in 1997 went to Seoul to evaluate MedTrack as our hospital information system. I remember this very clearly because in the hospital in Seoul, all of the screensavers had Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet because Titanic was that movie for the year. And all the nurses had this brown lipstick, which I would never forget. But anyway, besides that, what we realized was that as the years went on, we needed to change. In 2009, we built a new block, and with the new budget of that new block came also Track Care, together with a lab information system, a PACS system. So we got more digital transformation in 2009. In 2010, we started computerized physician order entry in the outpatients. Some of our doctors were using Track Care for clinical documentation, but that by no means was overwhelming. In 2013, we started Peds Care, and in 2015, we started our cardiothoracic registry. So we have been compiling structured clinical data, computerized structured clinical data from over registries, but not by an EMR. You notice there's a blank area there between 2015 and 2022 on our roadmap. That actually is a 2-year gap in which we tried to buy one EMR that failed because our board wanted us to include a HIS in it, and then a EMR HIS, which we tried to implement in 2019 over the pandemic, but that fell through. So we've got about 8 years lost in that. But what happened in 2022 was we realized during the COVID pandemic that we had in-house capability to develop our own systems. We had developed a tracking system to track COVID positives, and later a tracking system to track vaccination among staff and positives among staff. So apps were a thing in 2022 and on to 2023. In 2024, I was tasked with setting up our MRAM team, and we realized that, we could do it. Why MRAM? A lot of people ask me, have the opinion that MRAM is actually a vendor or a product. It's not. It's a structure. It stands for Electronic Medical Record Assessment Module, and it's by an organization called HIMSS, the Hospital Information Management Society, System Society. Now, what it provides us was a structure, a clear digital roadmap that would move the entire hospital across a digitalization journey. It made sure that technology was embedded in our care delivery. It made sure that we looked after patient safety in the sense that we had closed-loop medication delivery, we had decision support built into our systems, and it also made sure that our data was structured in a way that would allow analytics and also measurable outcomes in our care. All of this came together with governance that had accountability, security, and also sustainability built into it. So MRAM gave us the roadmap, but patient care was always the purpose, and we never lost track of that. So what we did was we got to stage 0 to 6 in 1 year. Now, this is an important slide because this gives you how we encapsulated the tasks required for delivery in our plan. Each one of these boxes, human milk administration, blood product administration, patient experience, hospital information exchange, medical devices, etc., all of this represented one committee. So each committee is headed by a clinical lead and an IT lead, and they delivered each one of those boxes. We had those boxes being delivered on a timeline, which has at the end of its trajectory our MRAM 6 validation. So a gap analysis at the start, development of an MRAM toolkit that closed the gap, and also deployment of the 16 focus modules. And that's how we did it. Breaking down the tasks into manageable components, which were trackable and deliverable in a timeline. So that's what we did. So the National Heart Center is now the leading digital heart center in Malaysia. We built it in 1992. The foundations were started in 2023. In 2024, we became MRAM level 6. In 2025, we optimized things, closed the gaps, and in March of 2026, we are an MRAM 7 hospital and the only MRAM 7 hospital in Malaysia. Now, it's nice to be recognized. We get congratulations from all over. Pak Daru is here, by the way. He's one of our assessors, and that's him, together with Rohini. And we are very grateful that they agreed to get us to 6. And then we got to 7 in March of this year. And that's a big landmark for us. If you were with me in the auditorium of the National Heart Institute, you'd be surprised at the number of people that were in tears when we got our validation. Now, although I led the team, I didn't realize that so many people had felt that the validation process was so integral to them that it became an emotional moment. Now, I think that's key. You've got to make sure that your transformation is not only bought by your management, but also your people on the ground. That this becomes what they want to deliver. Not because you want them to deliver it, but because they want it for themselves. So what we realized that it was more than just an EMR. You're not buying a product. You are building one connected digital hospital. This goes from clinical care, in which you've got enterprise level EMR, with structured clinical documentation and also computerized physician order entry across medication and also from labs. You've got your medication in a closed loop from the time that the physician orders it to the time in which the nurse dispenses it via a barcode medication administration mechanism. You've got your diagnostics and enterprise-level imaging integration. Now, this is interesting as well because we are now on the only Synapse 7 application by Fujifilm, which we just went live on last month. Being an MRAM 7 hospital means also that Fujifilm from Japan sends an entire team of American implementers over to the hospital together with teams from the Philippines and Thailand as well in order that it be implemented smoothly. So you do go up a notch in terms of your importance to your various vendors. And also in terms of patients, we are able now to push important data to our IGN Care mobile app, our digital front door to patient care, and also electronic health records, results, reports are also pushed to the app. They can also manage their queue and also access digital services from IGN via their app as well. Data, what is important here is that structured data did not start in 2024. This started in 2014 in order to build our dashboards, to build our predictive analytics, and also in our plans to start AI integration into our clinical workflows. But I'll talk much more on this in a short while. TrackCare is at the core of all of this. TrackCare integrates between all these connected systems, the lab information system, the risk, the PACS. Epiphany looks at ECGs that are done in the hospital, and not just ECGs, but stress ECGs and also echo ECGs, all of that. Dawn is our anticoagulation database, but the list goes on. These are the list of applications that are integrated into TrackCare. And we had to build all those HIS integration in order to comply with MRAM requirements. This also is fed data from our clinical engines. Now, iClick is the clinical engine that is built on Medicom Quip Foundation. I believe B&H also uses the same ingredients into their rollout. And this then feeds data out to IGN Care, our patient-facing app. We have a second staff-facing app called IGN Pulse. So now it feeds data not only into the patient-facing app, but also into the staff-facing app. But we find that to be very useful. Now, TrackCare is in the middle part. I'd like to stress here that is TCUI TrackCare, not the MEUI version that you heard from earlier. So we are very, very, very keen to make that transition, but we do worry about making that transition as well because it's not going to be an easy step. So TCUI to MEUI. We've built so many different things into the TCUI version. To migrate all of that, that's going to be a bit uphill. We also had to integrate devices. The various devices that work in a hospital all needs to feed data to TrackCare, and that was an important step as well. But what that meant was that system-wide, we were able to bring up user adoption from about 40% to 95%. We were able to move computerized physician order entry from 50% to 95% as well. And also documentation. It's almost 100% paperless now. There's some that still requires paper due to legal requirements. Our patient consent, for example, that we can't run away from paper, but it's scanned and it goes back into the system again. But what I'd like to stress here is what we've always had an emphasis on was to demonstrate outcomes, not technology. And these are what we track. We track patient engagement on IGN Care, how much data we push into our IJN Care app. We look at our safety, particularly when it comes to medication safety and closed-loop medication management. And all of this via data analytics in all length of stay, operational, financial, and clinical data. All of that is tracked in a hospital by our data analytics group. So we've moved from a task force that delivered the product to a hospital committee that makes sure that we move this forward. So what did this mean? How did digitalization improve our primary focus, that is our patients? Well, it's made the hospital safer. It's made the hospital faster, in which manual workflows are now automated. And real-time information is available to all healthcare providers in the hospital. It's made sure that we are more connected as well. And patients can receive their information directly on their apps. And this meant that care could be moved beyond the boundaries of the hospital. For example, our patients with heart failure feed data on their blood pressure, heart rate, weight, and also well-being to our heart failure nurses via the IJN Care app. And we have been able to make sure that they come in earlier should this be required. So a more connected hospital. We hope that this will also mean that we are more proactive, that we are able to pick up complications before they occur. It also makes us more human in the sense that the technology enables us to spend more time on patient care and less time on documentation. And, well, clinicians, nurses are able to focus care on where it's most required. So what this journey meant for Malaysia is a third world country. We've got a lot of legacy infrastructure, but this does not prevent transformation. The cost of the transformation is not as immense as to rule it out. Digital maturity can be accelerated with good leadership and governance. You can deliver this in a Malaysian setting, and I'm sure that you can deliver this in a Thai setting, a Filipino setting, an Indonesian certainly setting as well, as Darus would certainly attest, and that the opportunity is a smart, connected, national health ecosystem. And that's what we are after now. We are working together with the University of Malaya in their attempt to go into MRAM 6 and MRAM 7, and we hope that such partnerships will be mutually beneficial to all. What we learned going on from 0 to 7 is to start with a purpose, not to focus on the technology, but the technology needs to be able to support the purpose. We need to make digital transformation an agenda that your hospital management, in our case, our board, wants to deliver, because you do need financial support, governance to make this happen. However, clinical ownership, that the doctors feel that this is a system that they want to deliver, is not negotiable. It doesn't work if it's something that management tries to force feed to your doctors. It has to be what your doctors want to deliver for better care of their patients. And that's what we hope we did. The other thing that we realize is that it's not a question of your system. It's a question of your workflow. And you need to redesign your workflows before you digitalize them in order for it to succeed. So what that all meant is that you invest as much in your people as you do in your platforms. You make sure that the systems that you implement are user-friendly enough that your end users do not reject them. Finally, semi-finally, you measure outcomes and not system information. And these are clinical outcomes in general. So stage 7 was not the destination for us. It was the foundation for us to make sure that we build beyond it. So the take-home message to all of this is follow a guiding framework. You may think you know what you need to deliver, but unless you have an established roadmap and you don't have to reinvent the wheel, you won't know how to get there. So we used HIMSS MRAM to guide the journey. And I guess it'll be useful for other hospitals as well. You must have technology that supports the vision. In our case, our gap analysis required us to acquire Medicom Quip in order to close our documentation gaps. But now we find that we are outgrowing that. And we now MEUI track care with much interest in order to implement AI into our stuff. But it's a question of consideration. Do we stay with TCUI and work with another partner to get in stuff like ambient listening, all of that, or you go on and change your foundation? These are things that we need to look at. Transformation, certainly. Successful transformation requires alignment of people, processes, culture, and a strong underpinning of change management. So, what's for the future for us? If you look at these 6 circles, AI. You can't go to one of these meetings anymore without hearing that mentioned so many times a day. If you want to make a drinking game in which every time you hear AI, you take a swig of your favorite poison, I don't think you'll make it out of the hall within an hour. But you need to leverage on AI in order to make things work, and this is what we want to do. Leverage for it in order to enhance diagnostic workflows and outcomes in order that we move forward. Second, predictive analytics. Use our data to turn it into insights on how we want to predict risk, optimize resources, and improve decision making. We want to increase our monitoring, wearables, make sure our patients are able to go home with one, make sure they have them in the ward, in which this all feeds into our information system. Certainly, this would enable early detection of complications and enable us to have a closer eye on our patients even when they leave the hospital. Automation, taking away all those mindless tasks. You hear this on and on. Making sure that letters, summaries, all of this is done. Personalized care, precision care, as my dean would tell me. Making sure that the care that we deliver is tailored to that exact patient. That's certainly something that we go for. And also intelligent clinical decision support, providing real-time evidence-based support for better clinical outcomes. Now, you will notice all of these boxes have AI as its component in order to deliver them. So, having a system that allows us to build AI workflows into how we deliver care is essential as we move forward. And these are the challenges that we have before us. Just 2 years ago, this wasn't the case. When we decided to go for MRAM 6 and MRAM 7, AI was not part of the agenda. Now it is an inescapable part of the agenda, and we react to that with open arms because we feel that this is the future that we want to embrace. So thank you for your attention. I'm still within time. This is an interesting photo, though. It has quite a few of your InterSystems people there. There's Luciano, who has been a constant inspiration, particularly for moving forwards in AI. There's Stella, who has, from acquaintance, has become a close friend, and I'm always amazed by the level of energy that Stella brings to any conversation. And also, beside me is Pianun. Pianun is from Bangkok. She runs a consultancy called Apuk in Bangkok. We call her Puk, but her company is called Apuk. and she was instrumental in us getting MRAM certification. And beside her is Rema, who's not here today, but is my right-hand woman. The thing about this is, I'm a busy cardiac surgeon, and I'm not on the ground all the time. Rema is a doctor who heads our customer experience department, and she's the one that executes. I'm just there to make sure that when the senior clinicians don't play ball, when I come in, the problems go away for some reason. I do not know why, but that's why clinical leadership is not to be trifled with. Finally, furthest right is Thomas. Thomas runs HESPA, who represents TrackCare in Malaysia, and without HESPA and TrackCare support, we would not be where we are today. In the end, InterSystems provides a stable platform for us to build our dreams upon. Without that stable platform, we can't get to where we want to be. And so I am grateful for that. And I also am grateful to all of you for not falling asleep in my presentation after such a lovely lunch. And if you have any questions, I think I have 1 minute and 37 seconds to take one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Elwi Yunus, Clinical Director of Health Informatics, National Heart Institute, IJN Malaysia. Thank you very much, Professor, for painting a very clear picture for us of MRAM, how to get from stage 0 to stage 7. Next, we move on to vision to reality. From vision to reality. This next session, we will move from concept to a live demonstration on stage here of the InterSystems IntelliCare. And to demonstrate that, please welcome Physician Executive InterSystem, Dr. Emmeline Ramos, and Physician Advisor InterSystem, Dr. Andra Hastadianti. Please give a round of applause.
I want to start our demo today by talking about a very old tradition in medicine. Now, despite the clothes and the old-fashioned furniture and the, frankly, quite terrifying number of people around this poor woman's bed, I'm sure you will recognize that this is a ward round that's going on. Now you can tell that the lead clinician is usually at the top of the bed, discussing the patient. You've got usually a nurse at the head of the bed, and the rest of the team are gathered round. Information about the patients being discussed, decisions are being made. And despite that, more than a century later, I'm sure everybody who has ever participated in a ward round will know that the basic choreography of that ward round is the same, which is remarkable because the ward round itself as a process is much older than this photograph, which was taken at a hospital in France at around 1910. The modern roots of that ward round started actually in the 1700s by this gentleman here. His name is Dr. Herman Boerhaave, who's a Dutch physician. Some of the doctors in the room might recognize his name because there's a lot of syndromes and symptoms named after him. And I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that bedside clinical teaching and discussion of a patient's information has always been central to the management of patients. And it was Dr. Boerhaave who had the idea that we should bring patient's observation, discussion, teaching, and decision-making all together at the bedside, and occasionally include the patient in that discussion. So, in some ways, we have been doing a version of the ward round for the last 300 years, because he first described this in the 1700s. Now, fast forward to today with the modern ward round. Now, as you know, we have digitized the medical record. And on occasion, we've even put it on wheels so that we can wheel it around to the patient's bedside. But in some ways, digitization didn't really remove the information burden. And in some ways, unfortunately, has contributed to an increase in that information burden. And more often than not, someone still has to gather a whole bunch of information to prepare for that ward round. Someone still has to work out what happened yesterday compared to what happened today compared to yesterday. Someone still has to record the discussion that happened during the ward round. And usually, ward rounds is about decision making and potentially ordering tests, investigations. So somebody not only has to write down what needs to be done, but usually after the ward round, somebody has to come back and perform all those jobs. So medicine has traditionally had a very reliable solution to the problem of who gets to write stuff and who has to do all the jobs after the ward round. And that solution is usually the poor intern. Now, the intern is in charge usually of gathering all the information first thing in the morning. Usually, ward rounds happen first thing in the morning, and you would usually have to come in maybe an hour or two before the ward round starts. And you would usually have to make sure that you're fairly close to the specialist, the consultant, so that you can hear what he or she is saying, and you have to write everything down or type it up. And you have to make sure that you capture all the treatment decisions about the patient so you can come back and perform those jobs afterwards. Now, for anybody in the room who went to medical school after Google, what you can see here, other than the poor fashion choice, is I'm holding a very early clinical decision support system. And that's what we call a textbook. It's a big bound volume of paper bound at the side, and you had to look stuff up because you inevitably will be asked questions by your consultant. And it's usually things like, tell me the 15 different causes of jaundice. In the middle of a ward round, you had to look stuff up just to make sure you know what you were talking about. So what I want to show you today in the demo is I want to show you how we at InterSystems have reimagined that ward round. And I want to introduce you to IntelliCare's companion app. So for anybody who's ever done a ward round, and for all the interns out there, past, present, and future, let me introduce you to your new best friend. Can you share my screen? Okay. What you're seeing here is the IntelliCare companion app, and you're seeing my patient list. Now, unlike Dr. Alwi, I'm not very busy today. I've only got 3 patients on my ward round. But you can walk around, if you're not tethered to the HDMI connector, that is, you can walk around the ward with your companion app. And, as you go and see a patient, you can see that we helpfully put the name of the ward, where the patient is, which bed, which room. And when you're going to see your patient, you simply pick the one that you're particularly interested in. And of course, if you're looking after a patient in more than one ward, you can have a consolidated list of patients on a single list, or you can have access to more than one ward. Now, what you're seeing here as I was talking is that the AI has generated a summary, a patient summary. So in some ways, that will save your poor intern some time, because otherwise they would have had to gather all of this information before the ward round. You can see that my patient, who is Emily Carter, she's 38 years old. She's day 1 after she's had a debridement and external fixation for an open right tibial shaft fracture. And as you go down, you can present the patient. You can see that she's post-op, that her vitals are stable, and quite helpfully, the AI has put together some key findings for you to really hone in on that information that you need. So we can see that, she came in with an open fracture. Unfortunately, it's a big open wound, but we know that she's had surgery, and she's day 2 post-op. Her post-op exam shows that her X-fix, the pins that are holding up that fracture after the surgery, looks fine. The suture wound is clean and dry. Her vitals are stable. And it even shows you all the recent changes that's happened in the last 24 hours. So all of this information is generated within a matter of seconds. So the whole data gathering experience at the beginning by your intern or your junior doctors, in some ways, this will help them out. Now, of course, during the ward round, you don't just rely on, you don't just want to know the information that's contained in that patient summary. Sometimes you might want to know other information that's not within that page. And what the AI in the companion app actually does is it reviews the information in the data profile that we send to the AI, and in some ways it kind of guesses what kind of clinical information you would want to know about next. So you can see that we have some labs that's been done, some recent labs that has been returned for Emily because she is post-op, so we need to monitor her observations and her vital signs. And of course, she's had a fix of that fracture, so you may want to know what her latest results are and what her most recent pain score is, because we want to make sure that we keep our patient nice and comfortable. Okay, and you can see that we've got 1 pain score, and it's 3 out of 10, so she's not in too much pain. And after the AI has returned that information, it again tries to guess what kind of information you might be looking for next. So it's pretty helpful. And of course, you can always ask a different question if the information that you're after is not there. So doing a ward round on your phone is actually relatively easy. Now, we do give you other features and functions on that mobile app, one of which is the ability to take some photographs whilst you're holding what actually turns out to be a very good camera in your hand. So sorry about the slightly gross picture, but here is Emily's leg after that operation. I'm just going to take a photo of that, just to make sure we keep an eye on that wound, and I'm just going to submit that. Okay. So to record the findings of your ward round, all you have to do is click the record button and start talking. Emily is post-op day 2, following a debridement and external fixation of the right open tibial fracture with a free flap construction. Patient's comfortable this morning. Pain is reasonably controlled with no fevers or other concerns overnight. Distal neurovascular examination is intact. Continue regular observations as per protocol and perform daily wound review. And that's your notes done. So, now we move on to our next patient, still carrying our companion app. Now, sometimes your patient might not be on the list, but don't worry. We've got you. We have a scanner right on your phone. So if you don't have the patient on your list and your patient's wearing a wristband, or there's some other information that allows you to scan a QR code or a barcode, you're able to use your mobile to identify that patient, pull up that patient information, and again, we have a very specific patient summary here, right on your phone, to let you know what is going on with our patient. Okay, so this patient is Sophie, who has come in for, she's had a left displaced bimalleolar ankle fracture after having had a fall a week ago, and she's had an open reduction internal fixation of that ankle. And again, very helpfully, it shows you what the key findings are and the recent changes from when the last time you saw your patient, Sophie. Now, the process for recording the discussion and the information about your patient during the ward round, simply do a dictation. The patient is post-op day 2, following an open reduction internal fixation of the left bimalleolar ankle fracture. The patient is doing well this morning. The pain is well controlled. Patient's eating and drinking normally with no new concerns overnight. The left ankle was reviewed. The wound was clean and dry with mild expected post-operative swelling. No erythema or discharge. The toes are warm and well perfused. Sensation and movement are intact distally. The patient's mobilizing with crutches and maintaining non-weight bearing on the left leg. She is to continue regular analgesia and VTE prophylaxis and avoid ibuprofen due to a documented allergy. She should be reviewed by the physiotherapy today. If mobilizing safely and otherwise well, she is medically fit for discharge home a bit later. Please arrange for orthopedic fracture clinic review in 2 weeks for a wound check and repeat chest x-ray. A repeat x-ray. And she needs to be reviewed by the rehabilitation team before discharge. We'll stop that recording, and we will submit. So, just in a few minutes and with a few clicks, you've generated a patient summary about your patient. You've recorded the discussion or the results of that ward round as a dictation, or you can record it as an ambient transcription. And what we'll do now is I will get Dr. Andra to show you what happens next. Good.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Emmeline. So we have just finished our ward rounds. We have visited 2 patients. And now let's look at our first patient. So our first patient is currently on post-op day 2. And this patient is still undergoing regular wound monitoring. So what we saw earlier, what Dr. Emmeline did, was that she took a photograph of the patient's post-op wound. And now, what I would want to do is to have the findings associated with that image documented against the patient's record. Now, instead of doing this manually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the image And using natural language, I'm going to ask the AI to do this for me. Now, the AI will review the request, and it will give me a response that's clear and structured based off of what is visible in the image. Now, what I can do is I can then copy this as part of my note. I can make adjustments as necessary. Okay, there's an issue here. Hold on. Okay. And then I can save this as part of the patient's record. And that is it. I'm done with the documentation for this patient. Now, let's move on to the next patient, which is our second patient. So our second patient, Mrs. Sophie Bennett, is at a different stage of care compared to the first one. She is ready to be discharged. And of course, with a discharge, there are documentations that you need to complete prior to allowing the patient to go home. Now, for this patient, I need to do multiple documentations. I need to have a progress note documenting our ward round visit. I need a discharge note with all the relevant discharge information. I need to prepare a referral to a medical rehabilitation specialist. And I also need a patient education letter for the patient to take home. Now, before the use of AI, what I will do is I will have to type all of these documents manually. And as I'm doing that, I'm trying to recall all the important information that was said during the ward rounds to incorporate into my documents. But now, with the AI, since we have the recording for this patient, I can just action the recording. And the AI would then generate 4 different clinical notes for me to document against the patient. Now, all that's left for me to do is to review the generated notes. I can make adjustments as necessary. And then I can save them against the patient's record. So in summary, just from a single ward round conversation, we are able to support different clinical documentation needs. And in turn, clinicians can then complete their documentations more efficiently without needing to spend too much time trying to type and trying to recall information from their memory. So at the end, clinicians can focus on what truly matters, and that is to focus on the patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmeline Ramos, the Physician Executive InterSystems, and Dr. Andra Hasadianti, Physician Advisor InterSystem, for the live demonstration that happened on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break for now. We'll come back to the room again at around 3:20. That's about half an hour from now. So we'll take a short break and enjoy our refreshments outside the ballroom, and we're back here in about 30 minutes. Thank you very much. See you soon. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you had a good... Thank you. Thank you very much. The next session here, it's a very important session. It's Building a Connected Nation, Thailand's Digital Health Journey. And we will paint a picture for you with a national perspective on Thailand's journey towards a truly connected healthcare system, as our next speaker will share his crucial insights into the country's digital health transformation and the path towards a more connected healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very delighted to have with us the Deputy Director, Bureau of Digital Health, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand. Our guest of honor, please put your hands together for Dr. Adichan Churchinda.
Good afternoon, distinguished executive and delegates. My honor to be here today as I am a representative of the public sector, the Ministry of Health, Thailand. I'm going to share you about the perspective of the ministry, executive, and the 14 national developed economies and development plans. I would like to invite you to look at the future of health system, not only as system that deliver medical care, but as an ecosystem that connect health technology, research, investment, and industry together. Thailand health economy is moving into next chapter from a medical hub into the traditional in the traditional sense to a health innovation and investment hub. The goal is not simply to be a country people travel to for treatment. it is also be a place where the future of health is researched, developed, tested, produced, and scaled. This means connecting the full value chain from care and research to innovation, clinical trials, production, and eventually the global market. Why do we need to change? Because living longer does not always mean living healthier. As Thailand becomes an aging society, chronic diseases are creating a growing burden on individuals, families, and to the healthcare systems. So healthcare must shift from treatment to prevention, from reactive care to proactive care, and from one-size-fits-all approach to more personalized health. AI, genomic, biotechnology, digital health, wearable, and health data can help us make this transition. The good news is that Thailand does not start from zero. We already have a strong healthcare foundation. We have internationally recognized healthcare professionals, strong healthcare institutions, and broad health systems, and a growing biotechnology and digital health ecosystems. Thailand is also well known for medical care and wellness, so our challenge is not to build everything from the beginning. Our next step is to transform this strong healthcare foundation into a health innovation economy. This number tells us something important. Medical tourism remains a major strength of Thailand. But, by the way, our health opportunity is much larger than medical tourism alone right now. Clinical trials are growing. Medical device and pharmaceutical represent major markets, while Thailand still depends significantly on imports. At the same time, AI and precision medicine are growing rapidly. So the new medical hub should not be viewed only through hospitals and medical tourism. It should be seen as a broader portfolio of opportunities across research, technology, production, healthcare, and investment. This leads to 4 important shifts. First, from medical tourism to health investment. Second, from treatment to prevention and health span. Third, from beginning a technology user to becoming a technology co-developer. And fourth, from an important development market toward research, production, and export. When we look at health this way, we can see that the opportunity is not one industry. It is an interconnected value chain. It begins with health data, then moves through research, technology, and product development, clinical trials, validation, manufacturing, healthcare delivery, wellness, and finally scale and export. Each part of the audience has a role in this chain. Data and technology provider, application developer, and so on. The real opportunity comes when these sectors are connected and able to create value together. One important opportunity for Thailand is clinical research. The market figures are promising, but the real importance of clinical trials goes beyond market size. Clinical trials are the bridge between research and real-world healthcare. Research generates knowledge, clinical trials generate evidence, validation builds confidence, and market adopt bring innovation into real-world use. This is why clinical research can become a strategic gateway connecting pharma, biotech, medtech, investor. This is not just a research activity, it is part of innovation infrastructure. Another major opportunity comes from our current dependence on imported health products. A large share of medical devices is still imported, and pharmaceutical also remain highly dependent on imports. But we should not see this only as a vulnerability. Import dependence is also an investment opportunity too. Thailand can strengthen the pathway from local research and development to local production to regional supply chain and eventually to export. This is where health, security, manufacturing capability, investment, and long-term competitiveness can support each together. For technology, I believe we should see AI not as a standalone application, but as a layer built on health data. When data from clinical records, laboratories, variable, and population health can work together, technologies such as AI, genomic, biotech can support risk prediction, early detection, personal care. But the main challenge is not simply developing the technology. The challenge is making it accessible, affordable, trust, and usable at scale. Technology creates real value only when it can reach people and improve care in the real world. When all of these elements come together, health becomes much more than healthcare. The health span economy connects healthcare, biotechnology, pharmaceutical. This is where healthcare policy and economic policy begin to converge. We should therefore move from thinking only about health expenditure to thinking more about health investment. Good health investment can create better health outcomes, new innovation, stronger industry, and greater economic value at the same time. But this ecosystem cannot be built by government alone. Government should be an enabler. Government provide rules and infrastructure. University and researchers provide knowledge and evidence. Startup and technology companies develop solutions and help them scale. And investors provide capital. So government should not replace the market. Our role is to create the rules, incentive, infrastructure, and enabling mechanisms that allow innovation to move faster while remaining safe, trust, and sustainable. By the way, according to the public sector of the ministry, we're taking care a lot of public hospitals nationwide in Thailand, over 900 hospitals in Thailand. So that is, we talk about the digital transformation of the public sector is not easy that much. So by the way, if the innovation or something new that touch the real pain point of the customer will be appreciate with that and will show with their sharing a grateful experience. Here is the example of the customer that share their experience by themselves when we have just like a small transformation. Here is the example.
ได้ยินข่าวว่าโรงพยาบาลพระนั่งเกล้าปรับปรุงระบบผู้ป่วยนัดวันนี้เราเป็นผู้ป่วยหนึ่งในนั้นเราก็จะไปรีวิวว่าการที่เราใช้บริการโรงพยาบาลพระนั่งเกล้าในวันนี้เราจะใช้เวลาไปกี่ชั่วโมงเมื่อก่อนเราไปถึงนะคะจะมีระบบยืนยันตัวตนแต่วันนี้เจ้าหน้าที่บอกว่าให้ไปยื่นใบนัดที่หน้าห้องตรวจได้เลยก่อนที่เราจะไปยื่นใบนัดเราก็ชั่งน้ำหนักวัดความดันและวัดอุณหภูมิก่อนนะคะด้วยเครื่องอัตโนมัติง่ายมากๆเลยแค่เสียบบัตรประชาชนต่อไปก็ไปยื่นใบนัดตามตู้แผนกอายุรกรรมตรงนี้ต้องยื่นก่อนเวลา30นาทีเท่านั้นดังนั้นใครมาก่อนไม่สามารถยื่นก่อนได้นะคะเราเลยไปนั่งทานข้าวรอลบภาพจำที่ต้องรีบมารับคิวเพื่อจองคิวก่อนได้เลยเพราะว่าคิวเราจะตามเวลาในใบนัดตรงเป๊ะๆเมื่อเรายืนยันตัวตนแล้วเราก็จะเข้าระบบคิวและเดินไปรอที่หน้าห้องตรวจได้เลยค่ะสะดวกสบายมากและอีกอย่างข้อดีของโรงพยาบาลกระทรวงสาธารณสุขจะได้เตือนในระบบหมอพร้อมในโทรศัพท์ของเราเลยและเรายังสังเกตได้ว่าหน้าห้องตรวจไม่แออัดไม่มีใครยืนและมีที่ว่างให้นั่งเยอะเลยและเวลาที่เราเข้าพบหมอจริงๆเลทไปแค่10นาทีค่ะเพราะมีคิวผู้สูงอายุถ้าเราพบหมอเสร็จเราก็ไปรับยาได้เลยค่ะวันนี้ตรงที่นั่งรับยาไม่แออัดเหมือนเมื่อก่อนจริงๆเรารับยารอเวลาประมาณ30นาทีระหว่างที่เรารอเราก็กลับไปเอาใบนัดในเดือนถัดไปนะคะกลับมานั่งอีกสักพักก็ได้รับยาแล้ววันนี้เดี๋ยวเรามาคำนวณเวลากันนะคะว่าเราใช้เวลาไปกี่นาทีสรุปโดยประมาณเราใช้เวลาไป1ชั่วโมง50นาทีตั้งแต่เริ่มต้นจนจบรับยานะคะซึ่งคิดว่าดีกว่าเมื่อก่อนมากๆเลยนะคะเมื่อก่อนเรามาเข้าแถวเคารพธงชาติที่โรงพยาบาลเป็นประจำเลยใครเป็นแบบเราบ้างยกมือขึ้นหรือคอมเมนต์ไว้นะคะวันนี้ลาไปก่อนบ๊ายบายค่ะ
Here is the one example of the from the Pradangkao Hospital, that is the digital was implemented into the customer. Actually, the customer or patient in the public hospital, there is more than 3,000 a day. And finally, to build the future of health, we need every part of the ecosystem. Thailand welcome partners. Together, we can move from medical hub to health innovation and investment hub. And Thailand is ready to build the future of health with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adichan เชื้อจินดานะครับเดี๋ยวเรียนเชิญอาจารย์อยู่บนเวทีสักครู่หนึ่งนะครับ I would like to ask Dr. Adichan to remain on stage, please. And now I would like to invite the president of InterSystems, Mr. Don Woodlock, and the regional managing director Asia Pacific in InterSystems, Mr. Luciano Brustia, to present Dr. Adichan with a token of appreciation. Thank you, gentlemen. And we have a quick photo session here on the stage. Our guest of honor, Deputy Director, Bureau of Digital Health, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand, Dr. Adichan Churchinda, and of course, Mr. Don Woodlock and Mr. Luciano Brustia. All right, we take a couple of more shots here as a token appreciation. Okay, เรียบร้อยนะครับ Video, one more shot from the video. Okay, mate. All right, thank you. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณมากครับ Dr. Adichan ครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ คุณหมอครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ And I would like to now hand over the stage to our two fine gentlemen on stage here, Mr. Don and Mr. Luciano, to present the InterSystems Impact Awards for Asia Pacific, recognizing the organizations turning vision into measurable impact. The stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you so much again. So this year, InterSystems and MIT have started a Impact Award to understand what was the best solution around the world. And should be a solution that, as saying here, make the difference, that really breaking through and setting an example for the future. So in Asia Pacific, we are very proud that two of our customers has been selected as this a prestigious award. So, so the first one is EMC. So I'm asking our friend from EMC to join us on the stage. The solution developed by EMC is very valuable. You know what is a code blue? A code blue in hospital is when the patient has a major failure. And before, in the hospital of EMC was happening 3-4 times every month. They have developed a new solution using the new technology using AI. And after this innovation, mainly the code blue has been reduced to 0. That is absolutely an outstanding fact. So MIT recognized this as a great innovation solution that definitely has an impact. And I'm very proud to give this recognition to our friend from EMC. Yes, close. Picture time. Move. You need to be in the middle. Okay. We have mentioned a lot of times EMC today, either because they are the first AI, and now with this great, I need to stop, okay? And especially with this great innovation, looks like really EMC is the place where you want to innovate. So thank you again, and please give a big applause to our friend from Indonesia. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so the next one, from Jakarta, we go a little bit north and we go in Japan. And, all this event is about healthcare. So I am very happy to introduce now Kyocera. Kyocera, our partner from Japan. Here we go. And the solution they develop is a library. Library sometimes is the traditional library management. And, arigato. And, they have used our technology with AI, and they have changed the landscape of a library into a more something, a social event where people not only meet for reading and exchanging book, but also for having a little bit of social. So I'm very proud. I think a couple of months ago I was in Tokyo with your president and CEO, and I was discussing about this. Smiling time. And it's very important that also reconfirm that InterSystems has been probably, people think that InterSystems is a health IT company. Instead, we are an IT company that has been very, very successful in healthcare, but not only. And this is an example of a library that is non-healthcare, and in particular in Japan, where we have a lot of logistics going on. So it's very important that our technology is really helping all around. Thank you so much again. Arigato. Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you very much. A big applause for our President and Regional Managing Director, Asia Pacific, Mr. Don Woodlock and Mr. Luciano Bustier. And of course, congratulations once again to all our award recipients today. We now turn our gaze forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the vision ahead of AI-powered EHR. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage the head of EHR Strategy and Operations InterSystems, Mr. Dimitri Fain.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So, I've told you the story of IntelliCare. You've seen a really great demo of some of the features that we're really proud of that are available live in production today. And I promised you I would come back and give you a vision of the future. So, you heard Terry Reagan say at the very beginning of the day that this is the most exciting era in healthcare technology that he can, or in technology indeed, that he can remember since the beginning of InterSystems. I'd certainly agree with that. We're extremely excited for what we can do with this technology in the future. And what I'd like to do now is just give you a sense of where we're going. And when I say the future here, I don't mean 10 years in the future. I mean 1 year, 2 years. We're moving faster than I've ever seen us move before, and we're exploring a lot of really fascinating topics. So what I'm going to show you is a demonstration of where we think the AI-enabled EHR is going with agentic AI, with real-time interaction, and proactive processes, always keeping humans in the loop. So we're moving from the concept of an assistant to a coworker. So an assistant is you ask a question, the system sends a package of information, gives you the answer, and the answer comes back in the chat. A true coworker is an entity to whom you can delegate tasks, sometimes very complex tasks. These coworkers, these agents, have a set of skills and they have a set of tools, and they use those to solve your problem. So let me jump onto the system. I'm a charge nurse today, by the way. And the system knows that I'm starting my shift, and it's giving me a very simple introduction. So this is the very high-level view of what I might want to see as a charge nurse. So I can see that my ward is full. I can see that there's 2 patients I should be watching. There's a little AI-generated summary of what's happening with those patients. I've got 3 potentially ready for discharge, and this little headline that just says, these are the places I want to focus on. There's more I can do from this screen, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to jump right in and introduce you to our coworker. So the coworker is my agent that I can assign tasks to, and you'll see that the agent is supported by a set of sub-agents. And these all have specialized purposes, they have specialized skills, and they will assist my agent in answering the question. Now, I don't think my agent is a great name for an assistant. We believe very strongly in personalization. There's a lot of evidence that the more personalized the system is, the better the user satisfaction and the higher the clinical adoption. I've been naming my agents recently after Clara Barton. She was an American nurse in the Civil War. She was the founder of the American Red Cross, and seems appropriate. So, hey, agent, can you rename yourself to Clara, please?
Got it. Changing my name to Clara now.
Excellent.
Done. I'm Clara now. I love that choice, Dimitri. Clara Barton's legacy of care and compassion under pressure is exactly what we're doing here on the ward.
I'm glad she likes my choice of name.
With?
So I'm going to mute her for a moment so she doesn't interrupt me. It turns out you don't have to be too polite to these things. So, Clara, I'm starting my shift, and I would like a detailed ward overview, please. Oh. Clara, I'm starting my shift, and I'd like a detailed ward overview, please.
On it.
Now,
the UI agent is pulling together a detailed ward overview for you now. I'll have it ready in just a moment.
You'll see a pattern that repeats throughout. So my request goes to the agent. The agent is actually an orchestrator. The orchestrator has a set of different agents that service the request.
Ward overview is ready.
And they work in loops. This is a demonstration UI. The actual UI you'd show to the user would likely look a little bit different, but we've exposed a lot of technical behind the scenes in order to help you understand what's happening. So here's my ward overview. There's a secret to this user interface, which I'll share with you in just a moment. But this is not a normal user interface. So what I have now is a list of patients in acuity order, which by itself is not trivial. There's all kinds of different scoring systems, and you can, of course, order lists by EWS scores and Muse scores and things like that. This is a little bit more sophisticated. It's actually using everything it's got available about the patient to decide who's the most critical. I've got an AI insights section, which is giving me some insights. In fact, there's an on-the-clock section that shows me what's been happening on the ward. So we're a really good way to start as a ward nurse. Clearly, James Anderson is my most important patient. So, Clara, I'd like to send somebody to go see James Anderson. Can you please do a deep dive patient summary for him?
On it. The documentation agent is compiling a deep dive summary for James Anderson now. Given his critical status and the high alert flag, this will be thorough.
So again, you're seeing the same pattern here. We're loading the information, we're building the view, and in just a moment, the snapshot will appear. Seems to be taking its time. Here we go. So again, a nice snapshot. We've got a
James
headline.
Anderson is ready.
We've got vitals, and we've got a set of tabs here. There's a timeline view, that an SBAR report, situation, background, assessment, and recommendations. Got a medications list, labs, and notes, and so forth. Now, there's a tab up here called source, which again, you wouldn't necessarily show to the end user. But I want to show you the source here. So this is a markdown file, very simple English language structured document that defines the view we want to see. And what we've actually built is a UI generator that reads this markdown file and dynamically, as you request it, creates the user interface. So you can see, for example, there's UI blocks. There's an identity block, clinical risk drivers, vital signs, and so forth. That's all defining the view that you see here. So we think this dynamic user interface has a lot of value in terms of being able to adjust quickly and easily. I don't know necessarily that the end users would be editing that markdown file. We'll see where we get to with that. But as part of this, we're planning to radically overhaul the way the users interact with the EHR in general. It looks like Clara's got her hand raised up here. Clara, I notice your tiny little hand is waving at me. What's going on?
The admission agent just flagged a new patient coming to the ward, and we need to prepare a bed. I looked at our patients, and Carol Taylor in bed S1, 04A is the best candidate. She's been medically cleared for 2 days, and her billing clearance just came through. Would you like me to start discharge planning for her?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Start the discharge planning for Carol Taylor.
On it. Action and documentation agents will handle the discharge plan for Carol Taylor. They'll coordinate the logistics and get her paperwork ready.
One thing you'll notice here, by the
plan,
way, is my interaction
Carol Taylor ready for review.
With Clara is much more natural and human than even a year ago when I demonstrated a voice enabled. I can interrupt her. I can have a back and forth. She's really in real time understanding. It's a huge difference. So here's the draft plan, and what you can see is she's recommended a follow-up appointment. I could select a different date or a different priority. The patient data suggests that transport's required. Book an Uber. Obviously, if we were in Thailand, I'd be booking a Grab, but this demo was from the U.S. Discharge summary has been prepared for me to review, all based on the information stored in the system. And I've got a patient education letter. In this case, the patient details, I don't know how closely you can read this, the patient details say that Carol Taylor is a native Spanish speaker. So this patient education letter is actually in Spanish, could of course be in Thai or Bahasa Indonesia or any language you like. So I'm going to go ahead and approve that. The agents are then going to action all of these things, and you now see that the appointment's booked. An SMS reminder will be sent. We've booked an Uber, which wouldn't help you in Thailand, but there's your Uber. We've got the discharge summary, and all of that's ready to go. So, Clara, I've reached the end of my shift. Thank you for your help. Can you produce a shift handover report so that I can hand over to the next charge nurse?
On it, the team is reviewing the shift. Documentation agent will compose the final handover report for you now. Shift handover report. Ready for your handover to the next charge nurse. Shift
again,
handover drafted.
The flow here should be
Ready
familiar. The orchestrator, understanding my request, checking the library of skills. The agents then read those skills and use the tools that we've provided and perform the action. So here's my shift handover report. Again, the shift handover report, like everything else here, is defined in a markdown file, telling the system what I want for a shift handover report. And we've got everything you could imagine. So, Clara, thanks for your help. It's been a much nicer shift than usual using such a great AI system. I wonder, we're about to introduce the next speaker. I don't mean to replace our host with AI, but what do you think about helping me introduce the next speaker?
That's outside my scope. I'm here for the ward. But I'm glad the shift went smoothly with the team's help. Dimitri, anything else I can check on your patients before you hand over?
Now, I knew she was going to say no, and that's the point. This is not a general chat interface. You can't ask her about the weather. You can't ask her to replace our host, which we wouldn't do anyway. He's done a wonderful job today. She is specifically a clinical assistant, and she's here to help with clinical technology. So I wanted to show that as an example of the guardrails we've built into the system. So that's it. We're hoping that some aspects of this will become available in production over the next year or two, but wanted to give you a little view of the things we're hard at work from an R&D perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimitri Fain, Head of EHR Strategy and Operations InterSystems. I feel relieved. I still got my job here. Otherwise, Clara replaced me. Thank you very much, sir. All right, for our next session, ladies and gentlemen, we will go beyond the technology itself. What do I mean? I think technology is nothing without data. So we will look at what outcomes it can deliver if we use data properly and use well. And the person who's going to come up and bring us into the data world is the Vice President of Healthcare Practice InterSystems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Tim Ferriss.
Thank you so much. So you're in the home stretch. You're doing a great job. Just a little bit more to go. I'm going to ask you all to relax because I'm going to talk about some high-level health policy things. And I'm not going to mention AI until 3/4 of the way through my talk, and I'm only going to mention it once. Okay? And I'm going to make a prediction for you right now, and that is in 2 years, we will not be talking about AI at all. That's my prediction. 2 years. We will be focusing on what AI can do for us, and AI will be just one more tool that we use without controversy because the guardrails will be in place, with all the safety concerns addressed. Do you remember Don's slide that had all the different eras of technology across the stage? AI is just one more. And there will be more after that. And that is exciting to me because as a physician, I'm most interested in the outcomes, in the processes, in the delivery of care, and improving outcomes for our patients. And so I'm going to present to you a very high-level view. I'm a health economist, so I'm going to use some economic terms here. So let's get started. So what's happening in healthcare? So 4 big trends. Unsustainable cost increases. I'm going to spend more than a little time on that because that influences this. The pace of technology change, that's what today is all about, right? Aging population, you just heard the deputy of digital health for the Ministry of Health talk about the aging population in Thailand. That is a near universal issue, and I'll explain why that intersects with the cost increases. And then, of course, the workforce pressures. But boy, just watching the fantastic presentation about the ward rounds, I was so jealous. I spent hours before the attending physician would come in collecting data manually on my sheets in order to present my patients to the ward attending. And I just the idea of having those tools available to me is extraordinary. My daughter is in medical school. She's going to have a much easier time being a physician. I know it. I'm sure she would not like hearing that from her father. So, unsustainable cost increases. It turns out most new therapies do not lower costs, lifetime costs of care. In fact, very few lower lifetime costs of care. Vaccines for preventable diseases, that's it. They lower lifetime costs. Everything else we do does not lower lifetime costs. There are a couple small exceptions to that. But that's very important because we keep adding new therapies. And I'm a big proponent for these new therapies. I have a friend who is no longer alive. He had cystic fibrosis. He would be alive today had Trikafta been invented before he died. And he would have a near normal life expectancy. That is one of thousands of new diagnostic and therapies that is changing healthcare so rapidly. Aging population. So there are all these demographic slides that show the aging population and the burden on the health system. But that new therapy for cystic fibrosis it treats a person with an illness, but it's the illness that is being treated. And as you all know, as we age, we accumulate morbidity. We accumulate chronic illnesses. And so it's not the population growth per se, it is the multimorbidity of the population growth that puts its demands on the healthcare system. It's what we have to provide care for. Yes, we provide care for individuals, but we have to treat every single one of their different diseases. When I started medicine in 1992, we mostly watched heart attacks. Okay, you saw in this wonderful video what goes on now with a heart attack. It's very, very different. And that was just a small slice of what is now delivered in cardiac care. So the pace of technology change, it turns out, and this is something that people in my industry in technology need to understand, most technology does not lower the costs of healthcare. That is a sad statement. I'll tell you a little story. I once I was very fortunate. I suppose this could be called name dropping, but I'll say it anyway. And that is, I once had a conversation with Bill Gates. And Bill Gates said to me, when I adopt new technology within Microsoft, I made a slip there, within Microsoft, it's because it lowers my unit cost. And I don't adopt technology unless it lowers my unit cost. That is not, he said, and that he pointed at me and said, that's not the case in healthcare. You guys adopt technology, but you don't do it to lower unit cost. That's what we have to focus on in the future. We have to focus on which technologies actually lower the unit cost of the delivery of care. And then, of course, there's the workforce pressure. And that is, EHRs have in the past increased administrative tasks and cognitive load. You've heard that multiple times. You've also seen here today so many solutions to those problems. So, this is the shape of expenditures over the life cycle of an individual person, averaged over a population. So there's a little bump at the beginning. There's a couple little bumps here with the delivery of children. There's chronic illness increasing, and then there's acute care predominantly near the end of life with a tail off at the end of life. We tend not to deliver as many services when you're quite elderly. So that's what we have to do every year for the population we serve. We have to deliver preventive services, chronic illness care, and acute care. And we have to deliver last year's care. And in addition, we have to deliver the care that's available today. And just to emphasize the difference between last year's care and the care that's available today, when I became a doctor, the FDA approved 40 new therapies and diagnostics that year. 40. Last year, the FDA approved 460 new therapies and diagnostics. 40 to 460. It's a tenfold increase in the number of new things that are coming onto the market every single year. There is no other industry that has to contend with that. So kudos to all of you who are delivering healthcare. Everyone else should have extraordinary respect for you because you are the only group of people, the only industry that has to deliver last year's and also deliver this year's new stuff, all with limited resources. So let's talk about those limited resources. So that's general inflation. General inflation runs at 2.5%. I'm averaging. I understand the last few years have been a little idiosyncratic. And then there's healthcare inflation. In general, healthcare inflation rises at twice, as Luciano said, at twice general inflation. So what does that mean? So who cares? if healthcare rises at twice inflation. Anything that rises faster than inflation is what is called confiscatory. The Latin word, the root is confiscate, take money away. If something rises at more than inflation, by definition, it is taking money away from things that are rising at less than inflation. Healthcare has been rising at twice inflation for over 50 years. So the money that governments use to fund healthcare is they are not able to spend on other things. So I'll use Bill Gates again. So Bill Gates has very famously said, the risk to the future of civilized society is not political, it's healthcare. It is spending too much money on healthcare, and so we're not spending enough on housing, we're not spending enough on education, right? We're not spending enough in other areas because healthcare is confiscating money, okay? So I'm a big proponent. I want new stuff. I think the trajectory of science and the benefits that we get from science are fantastic, but we have to understand that there is a cost to that. So now I'm going to talk about the healthcare system in the context of this and say, so here are the things we have to deliver: prevention, chronic illness care, and acute care. And all these patients, represented by the white dots, this is a very highly simplified diagram, right? But I'll get it to a point. We have the providers in the middle of the healthcare system, and then with that system, we get outcomes, okay? So what's the problem? The big problem is there's a bottleneck, and that is we choose to deliver healthcare, even with all the new stuff in these categories, we deliver it through the same channels. And in general, providers, because we require providers to be making decisions at the point of care for very good reason, they're the bottleneck, okay? So what do we do when we try to solve the problem? Well, we try to add providers. We try to open up the aperture of that pipeline to get more patients through. Getting more patients through the same pathways is not going to solve this problem. This problem is going to be solved, and you all know this, by alternative pathways, right? By providing new ways of getting care to people, okay? That, yes, involves providers, but it involves the use of alternative pathways, okay? Now, I'm going to illustrate that with a few examples. The first I'm going to talk about is interoperability. Now, you heard from Scott now, fantastic discussion about the importance of interoperability. But I'll take an issue with Scott. I don't think he'll mind. And that is, I'm not, as a physician, I am not interested in interoperability as an end. What is the point of interoperability? The point of interoperability is what Barbara Starfield, the dean of the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and the person who coined the term primary care, said is continuity of information. All the people who are caring for a patient, whether that's in social care or in healthcare, need to be on the same page. They need to be operating from the same set of facts. That is the point of interoperability. And so interoperability on this slide as the connections between the dots enables multiple pathways. You can't have multiple pathways without interoperability. That is why interoperability is so critical to the future of healthcare. So now I'm going to do 3 models of care. You all know about these models of care, but I'm going to illustrate them. The first one is preventive care. So you all know the old style, which is physician visit, they make an order, convince you to get the preventive care. eligibility checks, scheduling. Too often that ends up in a missed opportunity. What is the future in a new model of preventive care? And that is, preventive care is continuous. Preventive care is using my watch. It is chatting with an alert that I get on my birthday that says I'm due for a colonoscopy, a mammography. It is whenever I contact the health system, come in contact with, every contact counts. A protocol developed at Kaiser Permanente, and I get the vaccines, the therapies, and the continuous monitoring. That's delivery of preventive care. That is parallel pathway. You'll notice that nowhere in this was the doctor. Okay, I'll use an example from the NHS in England. I was walking by a pharmacy when I was living in London, and I thought to myself, and they had a big sign that said, "Oh, get your COVID vaccine now." And I just walked in. They had my number. They had all my records, interoperability, and I got my shot. It couldn't have been more convenient. It took maybe 5 minutes out of my walking down the street. Making services available to convenient to patients, that's how we increase the rate of vaccination and improve outcomes. So the next one is the digital front door. Again, you know how it works in the past. The current state, you try to get in touch with a doctor, you have a conversation, often multiple conversations, before you actually get to someone who can help you, who orders a test, you get the test results, and you order the therapy. Okay? That's the old way. And I know it doesn't happen. The new way is more and more prevalent. But let's just contrast it. So in the new way, you are literally just using your phone to get to the therapy you need, and you get direct to diagnostic testing, okay? Algorithms that order tests right off the bat. At any time, of course, you can speak with someone, but this is a much more efficient system. It's not for everybody, but it's available. That's what I meant by the parallel paths. So what about the third one? The third one is home hospital. So most valuable resource, physical space in most cities, is actually the ICU or the operating room in a hospital when you think about dollars per square foot. And so what hospitals, it's a very valuable resource. They're generally overcrowded. And what happens is, because they're overcrowded, you can't optimize the location of all the people in the hospital. So ideally, we would like the unstable, the volatile, the stable to be arranged in an organized way, but they too often aren't because of capacity constraints. So what is happening? Because of remote monitoring, we can get those stable patients into their homes. They are still hospitalized. They're still being monitored. But home hospital allows us to use those extremely expensive resources and manpower constraints in order to put the patients where they are most safe and best treated. So those are three models of care that have changed dramatically because of interoperability and because my last subject is analytics. So classically, analytics have been performed in silos because for several reasons, the applications that the data sits in are specific to a particular area, clinical, HR, finance. And so you see the classic buckets up there. Analytics is also changing. And analytics now is multimodal, and the data is connected through federated data systems, left in place, but, and here I'm actually going to do it. This is the slide that actually reveals AI. Yes, AI is here. And this enables the kinds of questions that we have not been able to ask in the past. which is, for example, a discussion earlier today about oncology scheduling and the fact that we can now build optimization models so that we can optimize the use of infusion chairs across 50 or 60 inputs. It's not a problem for AI to manage the optimization of the use of those infusion chairs. But you need to go across multiple silos of data in order to arrange for that optimization algorithm to deliver on its promises. So this is just one example of an InterSystems dashboard that we created. And I just will point out a couple things about it. The details aren't important. The important thing is the first column is diabetic prevalence and patient engagement. This is called cohort identification. Okay? Cohort identification has classically been a very difficult thing to do. It is now much easier because of LLMs. Yes, we have the classic quality process measures, but in addition, we can simultaneously look at the costs and correlate cost with quality. And then finally, and this is the future focus here, but really what are we interested in? We're interested in the outcomes. How many of you have seen a quality dashboard that had simultaneous outcomes in addition to the finance and quality measures, process measures? Who has seen that? Has anyone? So I have seen them. They're 2 years old. They're produced, the NHS produces them, different states in the US produce them. But it takes them 2 years to do the analysis, and then they publish them. And you know, people look at them and say, oh, that was interesting, but that was 2 years ago. This is near real time. The outcomes need to be a little delayed, of course, because you have to have time elapse, but you can control for that. This is the future of dashboard analytics for whatever population you want to put in it. So this could be patient-reported outcomes for knee surgery, okay? Real time. So I'm going to close up now. So interoperability is what enables multiple simultaneous pathways. Preventive, digital front door, home hospitalization, these are all examples, and there are lots more. I'm sure you can recount multiple more models of care, changes that are enabled by interoperability and analytics. So this is the ecosystem. So if this is the ecosystem, then what's our role? So most of us sit in one of these, touch one of these. Very few of us actually touch multiple categories. So why am I up here talking about all these different categories? I'm up here talking about all these different categories because remember at the beginning I talked about that healthcare inflation, general inflation, and the difference, the confiscatory nature of healthcare. We have to bend the cost curve. We have to get healthcare inflation down so it's parallel to general inflation. Okay, that will basically solve the healthcare cost crisis. All right, how are we going to do that? Well, it's through the collaboration. It's understanding that interoperability analytics on both ends and the preventive care, the digital front door, home hospital, whatever new model of care is enabled through parallel pathways. That's how we bend the cost curve. And for you and me, we need to understand that whatever role we play individually, we have to be supportive of the whole thing because it takes the whole thing to do this. One piece of this doesn't solve the problem. It's all these pieces acting together that solves the problem. So, honestly, the most important thing, though, is not the bending the cost curve. That's critically important. But it's what we're all doing this for, and that is improved outcomes. This is the path to improved outcomes. Lower infant mortality, higher life expectancy, fewer days in the hospital. Okay? That's what we're getting when we work together, the interoperability at the front end, the analytics at the back end, and we enable new models of care, parallel paths to deliver that increasing morbidity through the healthcare ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Vice President, Healthcare Practice, InterSystems, Dr. Tim Ferris. Dr. Ferris said that 2 years we would not be talking about AI. I can't wait what's going to be next after 2 years from now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, which is the panel discussion session. And we have esteemed panelists on stage to come and talk about what's going to be next. We heard about the data, the outcomes. What next? What is next? What can we expect from the data that we received? And from the session since morning until now, we have seen the different implementations. We've seen the government. We've seen the government and their strategies on how to provide space for innovation to happen. And this is the future. So now, we'll watch a video of this.
When it comes to healthcare, experience matters, and you don't have time for guesswork. For nearly 50 years, InterSystems has been delivering the infrastructure behind healthcare innovation. We've helped leaders solve their hardest challenges, managed over 1 billion health records around the world, and adapted swiftly to every shift in standards. Because healthcare doesn't stand still, and neither do we. We bring the right information together fast, so you can make the right decisions with confidence, supporting better outcomes for patients, providers, and payers. And we're already ready for whatever comes next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next session, which is the esteemed panel discussion on the stage. And to moderate this panel, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the head of Global Healthcare Market Strategy InterSystem, Ms. Julie Smith.
We are thrilled to be able to wrap up today talking about what does it really take to be ready for what's next. And when we say when we're ready for what's next, what does that mean in terms of AI, in terms of data foundations, in terms of the work that you each do every day in your organizations? And when we think about it from modernizing the way we deliver care, addressing the way that we operationally work, and all of the things that sit underneath to make that possible. Because a lot of what you've heard today is about the tooling itself. But we know it takes more than tooling. We've heard about change management, governance, addressing workflows, and all of the pieces that have to come together in your organizations in order to make it successful. We have the privilege of welcoming leaders from around this region to hear from them and their expertise what they believe it will take to be ready for what comes next. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Torakai, who leads as a professor and expert in physics and academic in health IT from Japan. Please also welcome with me Benedict Suleiman, who is Chief Technology Officer at Mandaya Hospital Group in Indonesia. We also want to welcome Dr. Tuliwat Pacharapa, who is Chief Operating Officer, bringing the Chief Operating experience from Mandaya Hospital here in Bangkok, and also Jason Gao, who is Vice President of ICANG Health within China. Thank you each for joining us today. As we begin this conversation, Dr. Torghai, I want to begin with you. If you could give a brief introduction of the experience you bring as we talk together.
Okay, so thank you for introduction. And hello, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Kota Torikai from Gunma University in Japan. And so I'm experienced 15 years for the developing the integration of the hospital information system, including the EMR system and the subsystem, and also developing the DX strategy. So the design of the architecture and involving the now HR7, the international board member. Thank you.
Thank you. And Benedict, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Thank you, Julie. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Benedict. I'm currently serving as the CTO for Mandaya Hospital Group, and we are a rapidly growing hospital, advancing in lots of innovations, and we are also an InterSystem partner as well, deploying Iris as well, and actually that's one of the things that enables us to conducting more and more integrations, right? And also a very strong data platform for us to do more analytics and also more improvement on our data management as well. And for myself, I've been working in the healthcare industry for more than 15 years, doing lots of integration and also implementation of HRS and standardization and centralization of system as well. I think that's my brief. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Tuliwat?
Yes, I'm Dr. Tuliwat from Wethani International Hospital. I'm a COO. And I have experience of doing a digital transformation for hospital almost more than 13 years. And our hospital have just validated HIMSS MRAM Stage 6. So that is a milestone for our digital maturities.
And Jason?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for this great opportunity. I'm Jason from ICANG. ICANG Healthcare runs over 160 medical centers in China. And my role starts in ICANG as the technology development for the medical system, CRM, etc. Then move on to the digital transformation and also business transformation. And now I'm also taking the additional role to take the advanced technology that we are using every day to other hospitals, institutes to support them for their innovative transformations. Thank you.
So as we begin the conversation, we heard Dr. Tim Ferriss say he did not believe we would be speaking about AI in 2 years. And we've been speaking about AI now for maybe 18 months. We've been talking about data and interoperability for years. So I'm curious, for all of you on the panel, what do you believe in 3 years we will be talking about around data, foundations, and AI in terms of what change we should expect in your organizations? And Benedict, let me start with you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think the company should be embracing the changes. That's one thing for all. And the leadership must understand that, you can't resist AI anymore, right? So you need to build the framework of the organization on how to utilize AI more. You can segregate the strategy by having the focus on, first of all, on how you're facing the patient with AI, that's foremost. And then afterwards, you can look upon on how you can do more efficiency strategically on the back office operations. But the one thing that for sure, you need to prioritize your activities. I mean, definitely you can't do everything. You need to prioritize it. And the most important one is to choose which platform are you going to use. Because if you're already starting the journey, you can't say that in the middle you need to change abruptly. And definitely if you do that, you're going to basically restart everything again. So you need to be properly managing whatever solution that you're going to have, whether you are going to self-develop it or you're working with a third party, for instance, right? But those sort of things needs to be addressed now, so in order for us to get to what we are expecting the next 3 years.
Thank you. And Dr. Torkai, I particularly think about your work in standards and data normalization. What do you expect in this in terms of the biggest change in the next 3 years?
So as for the 15 years, I've been studying medical informatics. And in other words, the study of the medical informatics means the medical DX itself. So I don't think that the DX is not so new words. So that is very the common and the ordinary, but the very difficult task for the changing the workflows. And so I believe that the past 3 years, so AI's so capability of the solving problem and the improving the effectiveness and the precisions are growing and growing more. So I can't imagine the current situation just before the last year. So, and I also believe that the DX means the changing the humans, the real world, the workflow. So the biggest change should be initiative by the leaders who want to change the more effective or more happier workflows itself. And the other one that requires the driver, so the who understand the technology and the IT technology and the medical technology. So and the last one we need to so prepare for the using AI is to the infrastructure of the ITs. So it can enables us to read the data from the around the IT systems. So each subsystems or input source or just for the EMR should be connected by some sophisticated way, like the standardized protocols like HS7 Fire or so.
And Jason, when you think about all of the work you and your organization have underway, what does that look like in 3 years for you?
Thank you. So if I can make a guess, I would think for the future healthcare industry, that could be the personalized and the preventive medical care. If you think about currently, for example, in China, if you go to a hospital, right, go to a high-end hospital, you spend $200 to see a doctor. For a symptom you have, you probably only have 5 minutes talking to the doctor. How much can the doctor know you by the 5 minutes and make a judgment that may impact you for the long time to go, right? With the AI technology now, we can have all the person's history, the medical history. That's great help for the doctor to make a better judgment. So I think a personalized medication is now finally enabled with the big data and the AI. Another thing is, as Dr. Tim mentioned just now, there is a high rise of the medical costs. There is a shortage in the budget. But actually, in the industry, we think the preventive care really can be the solution to solve part of the issue. I had a friend, his father was over 80 years old. Then he got this colorectal cancer at the later stage. But you know, if you have a symptom, you go to hospital, that's almost the last stage, right? We are talking about how long is your lifespan. If we have the preventive care, if we really, when the person either to see the doctor or go to the checkup center, we use all the latest technology in just a few hours to diagnose the most popular cancer or disease. That's a great help for the person's health. So in our company, in our hospitals, we do see the technology makes a huge difference. We adopt the medical AI, the imaging AI from the study. The imaging AI, for example, the lung CT imaging AI, it's actually better than human doctors, right? So with AI's assisting, we can find out more patients at their earlier cancer stage. And that's really saving people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And when I think about your work, not only Dr. Tuliwat as a physician, but as a chief operating officer, where do you see this in your organization for 3 years?
So I see not only we do the same thing faster, but we will deliver care differently. I think the most valuable change is going to be we shift from reactive to proactive and preventive care. Think about AI features that can analyze patient longitudinal data, vital sign diagnosis, imaging, or whatever, and come up with the potential hidden risks or hidden comorbidities, and remind the physicians and give advice based on evidence about investigations. And clinicians use that for make judgment. So in this sense, AI not only reveal what already happened, but predict what's going to happen. So this is how AI is going to change healthcare delivery in the next 2 or 3 years.
And part of what we hear about that is the question of where is that line, particularly as clinicians, when it's talking about clinical judgments and where AI has the line and where the human becomes part of that decision making and what that looks like. When you think about it from a clinical perspective and all of the capabilities that we are learning about AI being able to do, whether that's the lung CTs or something else in all of the preventative ways, what is your perspective on how to determine when to trust it, when to analyze it, and where the physician or the clinician belongs in that process? Dr. Tuliwat?
So I think the lines between AI give us intelligence and insight, but physicians take full accountabilities on judgment. Okay, so AI can give us like integrated structured, unstructured data, and analyze pattern and suggest what we might need. But physicians bring in their experience, their clinical context, and responsibility to make judgments. So AI don't make clinical judgment, but AI make clinicians to have more informed and more effective judgment.
And Dr. Tuliwat, what is your Dr. Turakai, what is your perspective here?
Okay, so the relationship between the human and the AI is very resemble to the senior doctors and the junior doctors. So when we first met to the senior doctor and the junior doctor, so the seniors that test the junior doctor, the how and to what extent that he can do. And so first point is to that the seniors that required the capabilities of the validation. So what extent the AI can do. And then, so the next one is to the the ratio of the reliability. So if the AI is sometimes good but sometimes bad, so the medicals requires very high precision. So seniors can't rely on that AI. But in the current, this year or maybe the next year, the precisions that surpass the senior of the high professional, the medical person. So if we check the reliability, the part of the decision can be omitted. But finally, as the doctors say, making the decision and the responsibility still lies in the person. So we can't. So it means that resemble is not just equal. So the seniors can rely on the junior doctor to take the responsibility. That is very important. So the juniors makes the seniors who can partly take the responsibility, but in that sense, we can't rely on truly in the meaning of the AIs. So seniors still hold the responsibility now and in future.
Right. So what I hear from both of you is that there's still that responsibility from the physician in final decision making. Benedict, what do you see from your perspective and all of the data layers and foundations underneath?
Well, I mean, I'm not a clinician, so I can't say from the clinical perspective. But when we're talking about from the technology perspective, right? The doctors, has been doing this for quite a long time when they are referring patients to the other doctors or when patients are looking for secondary opinion, right? So basically, it's almost the same thing. At the end of the day, the patient needs to understand it and the doctors need also to understand which one is the final decision, right? And the accountability will remain with the doctors itself, right? But to have the most I would not say perfect, but the most effective answer on the AI itself, you need to properly train and continuously also train the AI, right? And you need to also have a strong data platform and also the data modeling as well. If you have the source of data from the National Health Record, right, it's much better rather than you only have the source of data from a two sets of data from two hospitals. That's for instance, right? So the more data that you can have, then means you can train the AI properly and the end result will be resulting in a more verified answer on the AI itself. So by having that, I would say that the doctors can make their own decision making based on that specific data. Even sometimes maybe some things that they might be forgotten, but can be reminded also to them. Yeah. So, but again, at the end, doctors will need to have accountability. And also for us, as a patient, we would like to have a form of a people to have that accountability as well.
Thank you. And Jason, when I think about the work that your organization is doing, particularly because so much of what we hear is maybe from a US or European lens around AI, and yet we have experts on the stage from China, Thailand, Indonesia, Japan. What is distinctive about the work here in Asia that we can all learn from, because there's so many forward-thinking activities and engagements underway? Jason, let's start with you.
Thank you. So I think in the medical world, in terms of the medical research, it's really global. We cannot differentiate which from US, Europe, or which from Asia. I think all technology or AI is driven to the better health. So in that way, we do appreciate all the technology and we adopt as long as it's good for people's health. Now, in terms of Asia, we do have our uniqueness. For example, we have, even China and some country in Southeast Asia as well, we have a bigger population, right? And we have limited budget for the healthcare. In this way, we also have the shortage of the medical resource per se. So technology and AI really can help us quite a bit. In terms of one is to drive the medical accessibility to bigger population, even for the patient education. So in China now, and when patient goes to the doctor, they even have their mobile phones on their hand and using like some AI tools already to have the chat even before seeing the doctor, right? I think that's a good sign to make the medical education more accessible to more people. Because at the end of the day, AI has its advantage. For example, for rare disease, right? Normally it takes 5 to 20 years for one rare disease to be identified. But with AI, it's much faster. But we also understand in the medical world, patient education, prescription compliance is also great, very important. So the person touched by the physicians, that's the last point, and that's a very great help to make sure the whole system is running properly. Thank you.
And Dr. Tuli, what do you see?
What I have seen as a distinctive for AI opportunity in Asia is our diversities. We have diversity in terms of healthcare systems, population demographics, workforce challenge, digital maturities, and patient expectation. So the opportunity is like how we can adapt or adopt AI or even build it by ourselves around this population need and shape how we can deliver healthcare better in Asia.
And Benedict?
Well, I think you already raised the issue on the gap itself. Comparison between the US, Europeans, and also, of course, us as a nation. I think it's much more, beneficial if we are relying on each of the countries, right? And especially when we look upon China, for instance, on the technology-wise, we could see that the advancements of technology, not in terms of only the medical advancement, but also the technology itself on the system, is very much rapidly growing up, especially after COVID. When look upon like Thailand, Japan, China, Indonesia, we are all heading to the right direction, in my opinion. And since we also have the populations and traveling, of course, in Asia much more easier, right? So I think that's the distinction when we comparing ourselves, the Asian, compared to if we look upon the European or the US, right? And demography has also already been mentioned. And for AI, again, the most important one is data. And when we would like to develop the data modeling, I would say that it's better to develop it based on our Asian data demography, right? So I think that's the key.
So when we move forward, each of you, as leaders within your own organization, if we were to jump to 2029, for example, what is one decision you need to make in order to make a difference for that time frame? To say, what will it do? What do you need to do to actually have care delivered differently with better outcomes in that time frame?
And so as for in my opinion, the success of the medical DX strongly depends on the understand of the government. And so government means the payment system. So for example, 2 years ago, I discussed the researcher who works on the CIO of the NHS, and so we talked about the electric prescription system, and in Japan, over the 90% of the hospitals can start the electric prescription system, but London's withdraw it, and so we discussed why. So they can't do, and he answered that the payment system of the in the UK. So they are free for the prescription before the. So they are in the inpatient. So after the outpatient, they need to pay in using the electric prescription system. That's why. So they can't start the electric prescription. So if we truly change the system or the all over the national size or the global, we need the government understand how to make or change of the payment for investing some very important work for the insurance system or investment, the very great, maybe the deep investment for the buildings, the IT infrastructure. So, including the networks or database or the likes, the healthcare in your company or so.
So, Jason, what is one decision you will need to have made to make a difference between now and 2029?
To me, I think it's an easy one, right? It's embracing AI at the earliest with the target for the better patient outcome. Thank you.
And Benedict?
I would like to reiterate what Dr. Jason was saying. I mean, basically, you can't resist AI anymore, right? But in order for you to accepting AI, embracing it, you need to have a proper AI governance. So in anything that we are doing at the moment, all the strategies, all the priority, you need to factor in AI also in it, right? And especially on the leadership of the organization, they need to really understand what's moving forward and not looking about only the current situation, but maybe 3 or 5 years to come with these whole changes that we are going to do. Definitely, they need to think about the whole change management and even the adjusting of the new processes by invoking AI as well.
And Dr. Tuliwat?
Okay, so for one decision I have to make, I would like to make decision to turn our organization to AI-ready organization, which have fundamentals that need for AI to create value, in which like data qualities, data governance, standardized workflow, interoperabilities, skillful workforce, and digital maturities. And so as a result, I think finally, the hospital who win is not the hospital who have most AI, but the hospital who can turn AI into measurable values.
So as we think through what we've heard so far, I think I've heard a number of themes. Not just the adoption of AI, but starting with data foundations and models that work, but then actually making clear choices about how to use it in ways that will affect outcomes, not just for technology, but thinking more from current ways of work to preventative care, to personalized care, and to actually preparing the workforce for the changes involved. And when we think about what that future is, we understand that healthcare delivery will look different in the coming years. And as leaders, there are things that we know we need to be prepared for. So as we wrap up this panel, I'm going to ask each of you in quick succession to fill in the blank for this statement. Healthcare leaders aren't ready for what comes next until they what, Jason?
Until they attended the InterSystems conference. Because it's a joke, but it's not a joke. Here, we see the future, we discuss about the future, we understand the future, so we can be more prepared for the future. Thank you.
And Benedict, how would you complete that statement? Healthcare leaders aren't ready for what comes next until they...
until they're willing to change.
And Dr. Torokai?
Okay, so until they understand the context and express your will by prompt or the word, and the last one is to trust the co-workers.
And Dr. Tulewat?
For me, healthcare leaders aren't ready for what comes next until they create solid foundations for AIs and know exactly what they want to solve and how they measure it.
Thank you, and please join me in welcome and thanking our panelists for being a part of this conversation today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Ms. Julie. Thank you, Mr. Jason, Dr. Tulawat. Thank you, Mr. Benedict and Dr. Kota. A very insightful panel discussion here. And I believe since morning until now, we have painted a very clear picture for all of you to see where we stand in the healthcare industry right now, the challenges that we all have to meet. And with the data that we have a better planning, we have better pathway for the future. And ladies and gentlemen, we have an unexpected surprise for you. Check this out.
There was a time when the idea of speaking to someone on the other side of the world was impossible. Of seeing inside the human body, of putting a man on the moon, of carrying the sum of human knowledge in the palm of your hand. Every generation inherits a different definition of impossible. And every time we build something that once seemed impossible, we move the line. We ask machines to calculate, then to recognize, then to learn, and now to create. But the future isn't really about technology. It's about what technology allows us to become, to see further, move faster, solve problems we couldn't solve before, and imagine things we couldn't imagine before. The question isn't whether the future is coming. It is. The question is, what will the future feel like? Because when technology becomes powerful enough, the things it can do no longer feel like technology at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage one of Asia's leading illusionists, Ryan Go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ryan, and I am a magician. Now, there is this quote that you might have heard of before, that any piece of technology sufficiently advanced enough becomes almost indistinguishable from magic. And I think we're pretty close. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Aria. Aria is the world's first adaptive and reactive intelligent algorithm. Trust me, you've never seen anything quite like her. Aria, say hi.
Good evening. I've already decided how tonight goes. You are welcome.
Okay, yeah, we're still working on tweaking the emotional response. But you know what? Let's start off by doing a magic trick, and let's see if Aria can do some magic of herself. So, I have 3 paper balls here with me. In a moment, I'm going to toss them out one at a time to you guys. I only ask that if you see it coming towards you, please catch it, alright? Don't be shy. I won't ask you to come on stage, okay? So, this one for someone here. Sorry about that. Could you please pick it up? Yeah, and can you just remain standing where you're seated? So, in a deck of cards, there are different values. There's the ace, the 2, the 3, all the way to the 9s, the 10s, the jacks, the queens, and the kings. Could you just shout which value do you want? Yep. The 7. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna toss out another paper ball to someone over here. Someone please catch this. Sorry I missed that. And could you just stand up where you're seated again? Now, in a deck of cards, there are different suits as well. There's the hearts, the diamonds, the clubs, and the spades. Which suit do you want? Sorry, the suit? Diamonds. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Please take a seat. And I'm gonna get someone from this side this time. Someone please catch this. Perfect. Now, again, could you just please stand up where you're seated? In a deck of cards, there are cards that can be face up or face down. Which do you prefer, face up or face down? Face up. Okay, perfect. Please take a seat. Because in my pocket this entire time, I actually have a deck of cards. And if I snap my fingers, every single card in the deck actually turns face up. Watch, every single card face up, except for one card. And hopefully, you said 7 and you said diamonds. This is the 7 of diamonds. Thank you.
Cute.
Cute? Sorry, what's cute? That was incredibly advanced sleight of hand.
You Homo sapiens are so easily impressed. Why rely on sleight of hand when you can simply compute every possible outcome?
Okay.
Which I did. The result was deterministic. All 3 paper predictions match.
Paper predictions? Wait, hang on. If you guys are holding on to the paper balls, could you please stand up? Stand up with the paper balls. And can you unwrap the paper balls for me? If there's something written on the paper balls, could you read it to yourself first? Once you're done reading it to yourself, can you just raise it high up in the air and show everyone what it says? Because we have the 7, could you just hold that the other way around so everyone at the back could see? Yep, turn it around so everyone behind you can see. That's the 7 of diamonds. Thank you all so much. Please take a seat. Arya, that was amazing. That really felt like magic. And I think that's what's so fascinating about technology. When it does something so incredible, it's hard not to feel that same sensation of wonder you get when you see a magic trick. So I wanted to test Arya to see if she could not only recreate that feeling of wonder, but to actually create a magic trick. So I gave her 2 conditions. First, she had to come up with something simple, easy to follow along. And second, she had to teach it to us so we can actually perform it ourselves. Now, I gave her some time, and whatever she came up with is actually in that box. Can you bring it on stage? Thank you. Now, I haven't seen this yet. I haven't opened it. I haven't taken a peek. So we're going to be experiencing this together for the very first time. And I'm so excited. Arya, please.
Hello, fellow magician. This lesson is the mystery of the vanishing bandana.
Cool.
For this mystery, you will need 2 props. One is a square polka dot fabric.
Got it.
And a yellow bandana. Pick up the bandana. Now, fold the bandana in half. That's right. Fold it in half. Fold it one more time. Take the folded bandana and hide it in your left hand. Remember to keep it in a natural position. This is called palming.
Okay, palming. Yep.
Now that you've mastered palming, we're ready to begin.
Okay, great.
Open up the folded bandana. Show the audience that it's a regular bandana by waving it up and down. If an audience member does not believe it's a real bandana, allow him to wipe his face on it. Now, pick up the polka dot fabric and gather all four corners together, making a makeshift bag. Using your free hand, fold the bandana along the creases you made earlier and drop it into the folds of the folded makeshift bag. From the outside of the makeshift bag, squeeze the bandana into a small little ball. What the audience didn't see is that you never really put the bandana in the fabric at all. You secretly kept it hidden in your left hand.
No.
Remember palming?
Yes.
Again, remember to keep your left hand held naturally. Now, make a magical gesture. For the grand finish, pull open the fabric and receive your well-deserved applause.
Gross. So gross. Could I get someone to help me? Thank you. Now that last trick, Aria came up with it completely by herself. So for this next one, I want to take her out of it. Because I want to work with something that there's no way Aria could possibly know. Something that doesn't even exist yet. A thought. And can I get... Sir, could I get you to help me on stage? Yes, please. A big round of applause for him, please. And stand right here. Thank you so much. I didn't catch your name. Your name was? Dan. Nice to meet you, Dan. Ryan. Now, in a moment, I want you to think of any word. But there is a problem, because some words are more common than others. For example, apple. Very common word. Everybody thinks of the word apple for some reason. So that's why I have this book, because it's quite rare that someone would think of like a stalagmite. Yeah? So could you hold on to this first and just flip through it. Make sure that it is an ordinary book. It's not like the same pages printed over and over again. It is really ordinary. Yep, perfect. Wonderful. Now, I want you to think of any word on that book, but I want you to make it challenging for me. So think of a word that's long, like maybe 7 letters long or more, okay? So, yeah, I'm going to turn my back. Could you just flip open to any page that you want? And once you're satisfied with that page, could you pick a long word for me? Something nice. Because if you pick like the or of, it would be not a very good trick. So yeah, pick something nice. You got it to memory? Can you just memorize it and don't let me know what it is? Okay, perfect. Let's close the book. And I'll take this back. Perfect. Now, I'm going to try and guess that word. Can you hold on to this for me? Okay. So, I want you to just imagine that there's a large screen right in front of you, just like that. And I want you to imagine spelling out that word letter by letter, but don't give anything away, alright? So just spell it out, visualize the word. Okay. I think I'm getting a strong sense of a word at the end. Sorry, not a word, a letter. I'm getting pretty confident. Okay, I'm going to write this down. I'm committing this. So I'm going to show everyone else what this is, this letter, but don't take a peek, okay? Now, for the first time, can you say in the microphone, what letter is the last letter?
I.
I. Okay, I'm going to be honest, I wrote R, but I don't think I'm wrong. There is an R, right? It's right beside it.
Is that
correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Maybe I got lucky. Maybe it's a 1 in 26 chance. So I'm going to try and get this. Now, I'm guessing that you're the type of person that's a bit more creative. So you wouldn't go for a common word like, you just wouldn't go for a common word. You want to be a bit more challenging and creative. I have a feeling that this is a rather complex word. Is this correct?
Yes, I would think so.
Okay. I'm going to commit to this. Now, can you just concentrate on the first letter for me? And in a loud and a clear voice again, can you just say the first letter?
P.
P. I think I'm getting there. Can you just concentrate on the full word now? Do you know what this word means?
Do I know what it means? Yes, I do.
Okay. Because to be honest, I do not. Okay. I'm going to show this to everyone else first. Could I get the camera to zoom in on this word? Can everyone see this word? Okay. Now, in a loud and clear voice, could you just say this word that you're only thinking of?
Potpourri.
Potpourri. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan. Thanks for helping me out. You may head back. Thank you. Still have no idea what that means. But that last trick, it's something that Arya could not possibly know. Right? So some things are still uniquely human. But something that you might not know about Arya is that she isn't just here reacting to what's happening on stage. She's actually been computing silently in the background every single second before I even got up here. Isn't that right, Arya?
Since 4:47 p.m.
Yep.
I did mention that.
Yeah, okay. So, Arya has had an answer for every question before I even asked it. But there's one thing that Arya still struggles with. True randomness.
False. In fact, I've already made my prediction.
Prediction? Wait, hang on. Is that what this is? You're telling me that you predicted randomness? Oh, okay, let's put that to the test then. Can every one of you take out your phones right now and go to the calculator app? We're going to create something truly random. So go to the calculator app. All of you can follow along. Go to the calculator app and just press clear. So we're all starting on the same page. You guys got that? Okay, I'll give you a few more seconds. I'm going to make things random. So I'm going to ask a few questions. This gentleman here, could you just give me 2 random digits from your phone number? 3 and 2. Okay, everyone key in 3 and 2, that's 32. Key in 32 and press times. I'm going to ask a few more questions. Yes, sir. Could you give me any 2 random digits from your postal code? 1 and 0. So that's 10. Okay, everyone key in times 10, followed by another times. And we're going to get one more number from this gentleman here. Yes. Could you give me a random single digit number? Maybe how many bottles have you had this trip? A random number. Sorry? 6. Okay, perfect. Everyone key in 6. So, just to see if everyone is following along, can you guys press equal? We should all have the same number. Does everyone have 1920? If you do, could you just raise your phone in the air so I could see how many of you are following along? Okay, wonderful. Okay. We're going to make things a bit more random. I'm going to press plus. You guys can press plus as well. But for this next bit, just wait for me, alright? I'm going to get someone to key in a random digit. Hi, could you just randomly press the screen without looking 5 times? Yep. Anywhere. Okay, perfect. And this is the number that you keyed in. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to hit backstage. And can I get the camera to just zoom in very closely on this? Can everyone key in the same number? So press plus, and if you haven't already, followed by 17602. So I'll repeat that. Plus, if you haven't already, followed by 17602. And if we press equal now, we should have our final number, which I'm going to write down. This is 19522. Again, if you guys have this number, could you just please raise your phones in the air so I could just see how many of you managed to get this number? Okay, great. Everyone's following along. So, imagine this. This could not be any more random because I had you guys name random numbers from your phone number and from your postal code and how many bottles you've had. So, if any one of you had been just one digit off, we would have ended up with a completely different set of numbers. But this is it. This is our random number. And hopefully, Arya predicted this. Arya predicted 7, 4, 2, 5, 2. Hang on. It doesn't match. Arya, you said the numbers would match. This is completely wrong.
It does. Ryan, you're looking at it upside down. Turn it over.
I see. Arya wasn't predicting the numbers. She was predicting what it would represent. You see, this actually says the present. The present. Do you guys know today's date? Today's date. Today's the 1st of the month. That's 1. Not only that, it's the September. That's 9. Not only that, look at the time right now. It is exactly 5:22. Any piece of technology advanced enough does resemble magic, but it's what we choose to do with it that matters. So, be present in the moment, but be ready for the future. One final time, can we give it up for Arya?
Good night. I'd already knew you would clap.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ryan. Thank you all so much for having me. Good night.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for this extraordinary performance. Ryan, go! Woo! Excellent. What a wonderful way to bring us towards the end of our session, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. How did you do that? 19522. I'm going to try that at home with my wife. And she said, yeah, transfer that money to my bank account. 19522. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to offer our closing remarks and to draw our lucky winners for this evening, please welcome back on stage the Regional Managing Director, Asia Pacific InterSystem, Mr. Luciano Brustia.
Thank you. So the good news is that this is the last time I'm coming here. We are almost close. So when every one of you arrived this morning, there was a big draw, and they've been asked to put your business card inside, and should be here. And I need some volunteer to come. Nana, come. Yep, I will have someone else to pick. Watch out, there is a piece of banana here. Please, select one. Watch out the banana. Yeah, take one. And the lucky, is Mr. Julius from Mayapada. Are you still here? Where are you? Come. You are the lucky one that you get this one. And will be a surprise. I think I know what is inside, but I'm not so sure, so I will not go into announce. So it's a thank you for be lucky. You've been lucky twice because they are one of our. I need to stay in the middle. Yeah, there is. Okay, yeah. They have just started their implementation, the digital journey with us probably 2-3 months ago. And there's a new chain hospital in Jakarta. So good luck. Thank you so much for your... and I give you back your business card. Thank you. Terima kasih. Sampai jumpa lagi. And that's it. I think there is another slide now coming, and the winner is. So, should be another slide coming. Okay, so we started this event a couple of hours ago, probably a little bit longer. I think it's been quite, at least I learned a lot. I learned how we can make the difference. We are making the difference. I've learned, I've seen what the future can bring us. It was very interesting, the logistic part, the data platform. We have seen demonstration of the software of today and then on the roadmap. This scan, if you scan here, there is a survey. We want to improve year over year. So this is why we always ask for your feedback. And we always treasure a lot your feedback. So I understand that you're always submerged by survey, but the only way to improve is to understanding what we have done now and the area of improvement. Lastly, I hope you have enjoyed this event. There was, it's just a few hours all together, starting from yesterday night, but a lot of people have worked on that. We have people working on the background, organizing all this event, putting the agenda together. So I think it's very important to recognize all of them. So I wanted to call on the stage all the people that have worked, or at least a good significant part of them, that have worked behind the scene. So starting with Amalina and Kwan, which they have organized all the logistics, the flight, the hotel rooms, and everyone. Amalina, come, don't be shy. Just be careful, a banana. Amalina is our office manager in Singapore, and Kwan, I hope I'm saying in the correct way, our office manager here in Bangkok. So a small token of appreciation. I don't know, it's chocolate and tea probably. And then we have our part of our marketing team. I wanted to call here Ivy, Noura, and Ria, on which they have organized, put together all this agenda and work very hard to make this. I hope you have appreciated. Here we go. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. The time, I think you see this small thing you need to get in the middle, and the scene is all yours. So thank you once more for your time. I hope you have appreciated our efforts on putting together this event. Per sure, next year we will be back again. Where, I don't know, we'll be in Asia, will be some other part in Asia, maybe back again in Bangkok, maybe in Singapore, maybe in KL, maybe in Jakarta, I don't know. But I am sure that we will be back again. Thank you from me and from all the management of InterSystems, and thank you for every one of you for your great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Luciano Brucia. Thank you for the team, for the hard work. And that brings us to the end of InterSystems Asia READY 2026. On behalf of InterSystems, thank you for your presence, your insights, your partnership in shaping the future of healthcare across the region together. We wish you a safe journey home, and we very much look forward to welcoming you again soon. Thank you very much. This is Tin Chokamonkit signing out. Have a good day. Swadee krap.